Developmental Disabilities, and I'd like to welcome you to Charting a Life Course Ohio Showcase. We are so glad that you are willing to join us. We're so glad for your interest. We've got a great lineup for you today. Of course, all this is virtual, but this is the time for us to network, to be together, to learn. There's so much to learn. At the department, we are invested and ingrained in charting the life course, and there's a number of ways that I hope you can begin to see where we are doing that, no less than ingraining that in our single assessment and single plan, OISP. We believe in what charting the life course can do for each of the individuals that we support, their families, how it can get them to start to think and plan for themselves, with a system, without a system, however you want to do. There's so much in there, so much to get sort of the beginnings of how we really plan for the future and how we want to see and set outcomes. Where do we want to be? Where do we want to go? How can we do that together? How can a system help? And you're going to hear more about that today. The nice piece about today is there's so much diversity in the lineup, right? From our system to education, and everything is to see how it's working today and how we can improve, and how we can do this together. So I applaud everyone involved. I certainly appreciate OSU Nice-Songer for their efforts in putting this together. It seems like we've got hundreds already recorded or registered, I should say, for this. So it can't be more exciting. We appreciate your interest so very much. We cannot wait to work with you further as we take full advantage of all that Charting the Life course offers. So I hope you have a great day. I hope you learn, and I hope you're inspired. And we'll see where we can go from there. Thank you for everything.
I want to welcome you to the inaugural Ohio Showcase, Charting the Life course. My name is Mark Tasse. I'm the director of the Ohio State University Nice-Songer Center, and I extend a huge thank you to all of you who have registered and are joining us for these webinar presentations. I hope you'll take away a lot of new knowledge from our presenters, but I also hope you will be engaged by sharing your experiences and asking questions. I want to start by acknowledging the vision and the financial support we receive from the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities, without whom the Ohio Charting the Life course activities would not have happened. Let me start by thanking Director Jeff Davis for his continued leadership. And I also want to thank both Stephen Beha and Corey Ferguson of DODD for their ongoing guidance and contribution for the project. Let me give you a little bit of a history. So the Ohio Charting the Life course and the FRNO activities started approximately 5 years ago with guidance from Dr. Shelley Reynolds from the University of Missouri UCED, University Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities. And since the very beginning, we've always had a focus on families and supporting families. And the Ohio Charting the Life course activities have expanded in terms of reach over the years. Recently, DODD has also encouraged grantees who were responding to DODD funding opportunities to include elements of the Charting the Life course tools and framework in their proposed activities. So we've continued to support those projects, as well as host a number of other activities, including a community of practice. And we've grown our training activities over the years. And this past year, for example, we brought Charting the Life course to 86 of Ohio's 88 counties. This work, of course, could not have been possible without a number of partners. So in addition to the Department of Developmental Disabilities, the Ohio State University Nice-Songer Center has worked closely with the University of Cincinnati UCED and the Ohio DD Council. So for this inaugural Ohio Showcase, we're excited to have two fantastic keynote presenters in addition to a lineup of excellent speakers and panelists from Ohio. So first, I want to thank our two keynote speakers for accepting our invitation to come and share their wisdom. Dr. Shelley Reynolds, who's the founder of Charting the Life course, framework and tools, and a faculty member at the University of Missouri USED. And our second keynote speaker is Tawara Good, who's a national, international speaker and expert on cultural and linguistic competence. Tawara is also the director of the Georgetown USED in the DC area. Very excited to have both keynote speakers. Lastly, I want to enthusiastically thank the people who have worked diligently to plan and organize this event and ensure that things go smoothly. So I want to first acknowledge and thank Tracy Manns, Barb Safaris, Celia Schlomer, Carrie Ferguson, and Stephen Beha. So I think that covers it. Welcome to our very first inaugural Ohio Showcase, and we hope you enjoy the 2021 Ohio Charting a Life Course Showcase.
Welcome to the Charting the Life Course Showcase hosted by Ohio. I'm super excited about being able to do this showcase with you guys today and share some information about Life Course. So my name is Shelly Reynolds, and I'm with the University of Missouri, Kansas City Institute for Human Development, and a part of the original team that developed the Charting the Life Course framework and tools. So let me tell you just a little bit about myself. So what brought me to the Life Course framework was really a journey of growing up as a sibling to a brother with a developmental disability who is now 35 years old, who lives in St. Louis, Missouri. And about 25 years ago, I started working at the Institute for Human Development, supporting our statewide People First chapter. And that experience really provided me the opportunity to work side by side and really understand and hear about and learn from individuals with developmental disabilities. After that journey, I had the opportunity to become the director of the statewide Family to Family Resource Center. And that experience then really helped me understand a little bit more about the informational and training and peer support needs of family members. That experience grew into the opportunity to be a part of a national initiative that really looked at what does it mean to support families across the lifespan. And it was that opportunity that really opened up and helped us really start to develop the Charting Life Course framework that you guys are really here to talk about today. So let me kind of get started. But before I do that, I want to share with you my co-presenter, Ben, who actually isn't here in person, but he has given me the permission to share his story and his journey for using Charting the Life Course in his life. So Ben is an individual who lives with his mom and dad, grew up in an extraordinary family with a sibling, an older sibling, as well as a twin brother. Ben, as you can see from his one-page profile, which many of you are familiar with from person-centered thinking, is that he's really funny. He likes to laugh. He likes to make people laugh. He has a tattoo, which I will show you a little bit later, and it's an important part of his journey. But Ben does have some support needs. And so it's because of those support needs that have really brought him and I together to be able to problem solve and plan and really identify what's important to him and what's important for him. So thank you, Ben, for letting us share your story. Today's objective that I hope when I'm done talking this morning is talking about, reintroducing you to the Life Course framework. For those of you that have been on this journey with us, hopefully it's a refresher. For those of you that are new, I hope to introduce you really quickly to the concepts and the tools, but more importantly to the impact that Life Course can make. I hope to provide you some concrete tools to help you start planning immediately and helping you think about the future. But the other thing I really wanted to highlight is how Charting the Life Course really can include the all, impact the all, or really how you should be thinking about it in terms of serving as many of the all as possible. So why don't I quickly set the stage for you? So about 2010, a number of things were happening. There was a big national initiative called the National Agenda on Supporting Families, which sometimes we shorten it to WING Spread because that's where it was hosted. brought together self-advocate and family leaders and said, we really need to rethink family support. What does that look like? How can it be different? And how do we really create services and systems and policies and communities and cultures that really not only provided person-centered supports, but also supported that family across the lifespan? This complemented where I was at in terms of working with the Missouri Family to Family Resource Center, and opened our opportunity to working with the National Association for State Directors for Developmental Disability Services on what is called the National Community of Practice on Supporting Families. And Ohio has been an important member of that community of practice for some time. It's all of those things that kind of came together that really helped us to develop some driving principles around supporting families. And that's what many of these principles were when they first started. And then over the years, they evolved to not just being principles for supporting families, but truly being principles that drive our work around person-centered and family-centered supports, which now we call it the Charting the Life Course Framework. As I mentioned earlier, without the national community of practice and the many members that not only help us think about this, integrate this, challenge us, and also implement this in the state, that's what Charting the Life Course has become today. So it's amazing to me and quite an honor to know that Ohio is hosting an entire day really focusing on what is happening in Ohio as it relates to the life course tools, life course policy change, and life course systems change. So as many of you know, I utilize these circles, and I tell everybody all the time, I could spend an entire day just talking about these circles. But as you will see, I'm a visual thinker and talker. And so I use these circles a long time ago to get people to truly understand the transformation that we wanted to happen. So as a family member of an individual with a developmental disabilities, we utilize our service system in the state of Missouri. Eric is somebody who requires 24-hour supports of some kind in order to have the life that he wants to live. And so I know firsthand that the middle circles that you see there, having a person with a disability requires services and supports, and there's also family and friend and the community that my little brother lives in. But what we've come to recognize that sometimes those services themselves become that barrier to that relationship and to the roles and to the many things that you interact with in your community. And so I always tell people what we're really striving for a visual when we're thinking about the life course framework is, how do we help a person in all of who they are, their likes, their dislikes, their abilities, their strengths, their disabilities, everything about that person? How do we help them become, have the opportunities to become who they want to be, achieve the life they want with the relationships with their family and friends, and in the roles in the community that they want? And this required us to think very differently about how services should be offered, about the way staff should be trained, about the way we should problem solve it and plan and think. And so you see those integrated support starts that really reflect for us a different way to strategize and think about integrated supports that take both formal services, technology, relationship, community supports, and brings those all together to support the life that a person wants. We use the word transformation a lot when we think about this framework. And I read this book, Creating Blue Space by Hans Menzner. And for me, I love the sort of two comparisons that a lot we talk about transitional change. And to me, that's just changing the names of things. It's kind of, rethinking service lines and processes. But if we're really going to fundamentally create different supports for people with disabilities and their families, we have to have a transformational change. We have to change the way that we think, the way that our relationships and our behavior, and really create a system that really puts that person first and really puts that person in the driver's seat. And so that requires us to have a framework to drive that transformation. When we start thinking about this framework, it encompasses many, many frameworks and theories in our field. Whether it's person-centered thinking, whether it's life course theory, family-centered practices, self-determination. In a way, it's a place, this framework can hang many of these theories and guiding ways of thinking. And so it's to me both driven by these theories and frameworks, but also a way to really articulate it into practice. So what is this Charting the Life course that we're talking about? Many of you know what it is, but we really stepped back to say, why was it created? It was created to help people develop a vision for a life that they wanted, something for them to think about what they need and what they should do. And how can you identify and develop supports? And how can you discover what it takes to create the life that you want? And that was the sole purpose that when we set out on this, we kept saying, what do people need? What do families need? And from that understanding and from the creation of tools specifically for the individual and their family, we're starting to see them being integrated in many different systems for many different populations. So I always say to people, like, what is life course? People will call me and say, I want to do life course. And I'm like, what does that mean? What do you want to do? Because life course itself can be a tool. It can be a practice. It could be we're using life course for training development, or we're using life course to develop our person-centered plans. But to me, the most important thing about the framework is it's a way to guide our thinking. To me, it's a reminder. Did I think about the entire life stages? Did I think about all people? Did I think about all types of supports? So it really creates a sort of easy way of thinking and problem solving that really can guide not only our day-to-day practices with individuals and families, but it can also guide the way we do organizational change. It can guide the way that we do community change as well as policy change. So what is the Charting the Life course framework? At the core of the framework is our belief that all people and their families have the right to live, love, learn, work, play, and pursue their life aspirations in their community. And I think that this is fundamental to people understanding. This is not only about people with disabilities, this is about all people. And it's about all people having these rights to these things. The other thing is the key word for me here is the word rights. I tell everybody that's in the disability field, you are here as part of the civil rights movement. So if you're a direct support professional, if you're a special ed teacher, you are really helping people build the skills and have access to the opportunities to really, really leverage their rights in the community to have the life that they want. The first key principle is around focusing on all people. And when we started out with the life course framework, I started out by sitting around with some state social or systems change players. And we started to talk about, well, we need a framework. We need some key principles to drive our work. And what I found is that we often just gravitated to those inside our programs, whatever program it is that we're thinking about. And I kept saying, we've got to have a framework bigger than that. This has to be a universal framework. It really needs to be a human-centric framework. But we also need to make sure that it is inclusive of people with developmental disabilities. So this image of this triangle really kind of popped up for us because what we recognize, it's almost like the tip of the iceberg, right? Is that we were focusing only on those in paid services. And so when we started to look at the data out there, we recognized that if you look at the prevalence rate of people with developmental disabilities, those known to state Medicaid services or the state DD agency services is typically only around 25% in most states. So what that told us is that if we're truly going to create a change across the lifespan for all people with developmental disabilities, it had to be bigger than those just known to the service system. It had to even be bigger than just the service system itself. And so for us, this concept of all has been something that we continue to build on. and really help us think about not only what we're kind of doing at that moment, but it also helps us think about other things as well. So I'm going to kind of challenge you for a couple of minutes. When we're thinking about the all, if you think about it, to me, the word all, that just means the target group you're focusing on. So sometimes it could be the program. Sometimes it could be a large group of people, maybe it's recognized by the programs they're in. These are people that are in an employment program. These are individuals in special education. These are individuals that are in self-directed. It could also be, it's all people with disabilities or all people with developmental disabilities. It could be people help you understand different types of disabilities. Sometimes I'll think about the concept of all and I'll say, are there differences for people with autism compared to people with Down syndrome? And then compare that to those with or without disabilities. We also dig in further and we can think about age groups, right? So we can look at a triangle and we can say, well, so who are we typically serving? Are we typically serving people who are 18 to 25? Are we serving people who are 65 and older? Or maybe we're focused on early childhood. But no matter what we're focusing on, are we also focusing on the other ages of those that maybe are coming into our programs or maybe people that are aging out of our programs? Other things to consider when we're thinking about all and how we can think about life course, but how we also challenge ourselves to make sure we're applying it to all populations is, the different types of services they receive. Where do people live? Do they live in their own home? Do they live in their family's home? Do they live in a rural community or an urban community? Do they live in a provider agency? Do they, are they their own landlords? I've also heard people really kind of thinking about their all and diving into, are these individuals who require supports for making decisions, either formal supported decision making or a guardian? But as we really start to, think about life course, and it's been about 10 years since we've really started this, I constantly am challenging ourselves too. What about the framework? Does it work? Does it really serve the all? Are we, when we present on it, when we develop tools, when we think about policy changes, are we self-reflecting? And to me, we're constantly changing. We're constantly evolving. And so we're all under sort of this sort of quality improvement as we think about our work. But we also are in a really, really important place in time where we need to dig deeper into our all. And we not only need to kind of look at how are we applying this framework to the individuals we serve one-on-one, but how are we thinking about that programmatically and how are we thinking about it policy-wide? And so when we start thinking about the impact life course can make, are you recognizing the differences of racial and ethnic diversity? Are you recognizing the all for all people of all genders and sexual orientations? Are you thinking about those that are in your services and that maybe those that aren't in your services but need your services? When we dig in deeper to the all, the life course framework, we challenge ourselves to both make the framework accessible to different modes of communication, but are we also making sure that we're addressing all the needs of people that use different modes of communication, whether it's different languages, both spoken or written, whether it's the way they receive it or the types of technology that they need. We also want to challenge ourselves to really think about the impact of social determinants of health. As we look to really provide person-centered supports, are we understanding the community and the environment and the history of the individual, maybe their exposure to trauma, and how does that impact the way we problem solve or even the way we make policy change? So for us, we're taking all of those sort of the context of all of those things and internally inside the Charting the Life Course Nexus, saying to ourselves, are we meeting these needs? And we aren't all the time, but we need all of you to help us get better and to say, what can we do better as a framework, but how can we do better for these populations and for all people? The other thing about the concept of all that to me has been amazing over the last 10 years is that we knew that we wanted a universal framework, but we were very intentional on really focusing on the developmental disabilities community because we knew we wanted to work on policy change there with the community of practice. But what we've seen happen across the country is this can be utilized beyond the developmental disability service systems. We have aging programs, we have physical disability programs, behavioral health systems that are utilizing it. We're seeing it being integrated and impact both early childhood all the way through post-secondary education. There's amazing things that are happening around transition age and transition to adulthood, not only in terms of the formal planning of that, but how is that framework really helping an individual really enhance their self-determination skills, enhance their ability to speak up, both in formal meetings and just day to day. We've really started to delve into how the life course framework can really impact the foster care system. How are we supporting children that are exposed to the foster care system? And how can life course really help those individuals plan and problem solve? But how can we really capture the life experiences and help that child on their journey in life? Along with employment, and not only for people with disabilities, but when we're utilizing voc rehab or looking at retirement. But are also starting to use life course as we're thinking about healthcare decisions. Are we using the tools themselves when we go to the doctor's office to articulate what our needs are, or prior to a doctor's office to really help us think through our own health and how to be as healthy as we can be? So the concept of all it just kind of grows, it kind of goes all over the place. But it for me, what I want you to leave this with is how are you constantly challenging yourself and saying, am I meeting the needs of those that I know about? And what do I even know about those that might need our supports that aren't currently known to you? So some concrete things is if you're an individual and you're sitting here listening to this, why is this important to you? And I will tell you, I cannot tell you how many times a family has come up to me and said, wow, the all concept is actually really, really grounding for me, because I could either see myself as, wow, I'm in the service system receiving supports with only 25% of other people in our state. Or you have other people that said, I felt like everybody else got services and I was the only one that didn't. I never realized that I was actually part of the 75%. And although I do need supports, it helps me recognize that I should be really advocating very differently to understand the other 75%. The other thing is the all concept is really, really important when you're advocating for change. So this is an example in Oklahoma that they're really, really fighting this wait list of 7,000 people trying to get services inside the service system. And the legislators are really focused on the concept of all, are focused on that waiting list and keep making budgetary decisions based on that 7,000. And they're slowly trying to tick away at getting people off the wait list. But if you notice the other 73%, how many of them are quickly going to be on that wait list or need services? And so we have to think very, very differently when we're strategizing across the system in Oklahoma. How can we meet the needs of 61,000 Oklahoma people from Oklahoma and not just slowly think only of the wait list? So it's challenging us to advocate and to do policy very different. If you are somebody that's working specifically for a program, you can use the all triangle to really understand who you serve. So, do you recognize, is it people that are getting services? Where are they at? What types of services within their own program? But more importantly, many of you are sitting out there and you provide services and supports. And so you should understand the nuances and the differences between the different types of people you support. So this is just an example of something we did when we were working with case managers. You know, the way you plan and problem solve with people is different based on maybe whether they're getting limited services or they're getting 24-hour comprehensive services. So do you change your mindset? Do you integrate the tools very differently based on what you know about that group of people, or your all, as I always say? That can be done not only as a practitioner, but when we're building programs. Are we thinking about very specific programs for its target population, but are we challenging ourselves to also partner with other people and think about the way that we can make all people, that program could impact more than just those in our services? So I spent some time on that concept of all, just because I just think it's really important for all of us sitting out there of challenging ourselves to kind of move beyond what we've already know, and to not only say to ourselves, I've identified different characteristics around the people I support, or the individuals I work with, but then how are we responding to that? Are we providing better services because we know that now? Are we creating different policies that are more inclusive, and just changing the way that we go about our supports? The other concept is focusing on the person within the context of a family. Very crucial principle as we look at person-centered supports. But what we do when we look at person-centered supports, whether the individual is talking to their family, connected to their family, or ever even grew up with their family had an impact on that individual. So how do we think about not only that individual, but how do we help that person really kind of know who they are? And are our services and supports really picking up the context of who that person is? Do we understand them, what I would say biologically, their abilities, their likes, their dislikes, who they are genetically? Do we understand them socially, not only their family and friend networks, but maybe the impact of their family's networks? Some of those networks could be good, some of them could be not so good. Do we understand the community for which that individual lives or wants to live? Maybe it's different than where they grew up, or maybe it's exactly where they grew up. But we also really have to understand and support the family culture. And maybe that culture is different than your family's culture. So there's different ways that you celebrate holidays, or you different expectations for the future, or the way that you stay connected with the family, or what I always say, house rules. That's who a person is. And so it's not the life course tools that can do that. It's the principles that are designed to remind you to think about those things and consider those things. The other thing is that, as you see along the top of us, is that we all have our own life stages, but we're connected. We have this reciprocal relationship with our family, and your family can be described a lot of different ways. There's lots of types of family structures. And so how are we recognizing the family structure? So if you're supporting an adult that's not very connected with their family, but all of a sudden their parents pass away, or their sibling is in their life all of a sudden, how are you supporting that individual? How are you supporting individuals to create their own families, have relationships, have children, and create a family unit for themselves? We also think about that individuals, not only in terms of who they are and where they live, but in the context where they live. What we know, the data tells us that a lot of people with disabilities live at home with their families. So as much as we are providing and thinking about a person-centered system, families are integral to our systems. They're integral because many individuals live at home with family members. And so as an individual lives at home with a family member, how are we supporting their unique personhood amongst living in a family environment? And so that requires us to think very differently. What we also know too is about to the trajectory of life experiences. Everybody has different life experiences. Some of them are ones that we care to remember, And others might be things that aren't necessarily things that we ever want to experience again. So as we start looking at this and you start thinking either about yourself or those that you're supporting, or maybe you're somebody that develops programs, does your program recognize these different life experiences? How do you adjust your services? How do you adjust your planning conversations to really, really understand not only that person in the context of their family, but also understand kind of who they are and the journey of life experiences they are when they're interacting with you. I bring this slide up because typically when we start planning for an individual with a disability, whether it's one-on-one or whether it's policy change, we fall back to our foundational roots of thinking only about the life stages, where we start thinking about the policies, transition age. The federal government says we need to start working on, transition age at 14. And when you turn 18, you become eligible for different things. And so we're very driven in our field by some of these policies and programmatic structures, but they can't be the only thing driving the way you work with individuals and their families. When we start thinking about the trajectory and we start thinking about life experiences, what Life Course is bringing to the table is a way to move beyond only the sort of formal outcomes that we need to consider, but really, what's that vision for what you want your good life to be? And again, the phrase good life is really about, what do you kind of see out there for the future? What's your North Star? Or, what do you want life to be like in the future? And the future can be in 6 months. The future could be in 10 years. So as you're thinking about the Life Course framework, you control the length of time for that vision. But I would say the very important element that Life Course brings to the table is the concept of what is not a good life. Because just as important it is for people to sort of dream and envision an experience that they want their future to look like, is that we have to concretely understand what you don't want. And sometimes when I describe what I don't want, I'm going to actually much more clearly understand the types of supports that I need and want, because they aligned with actually helping me move away from what I don't want. So I challenge you, are you focusing on what I don't want? I think as humans, it's easier for us to really focus on that and then build the vision for those that often get stuck. But the concept of trajectory is really crucial to the Life Course framework, as many of you know. How are we supporting a trajectory to good lives? And how that blue arrow, how are we creating services and supports and accommodations and inclusion that moves people to the vision that they want? And that's really what we're looking at when we're planning with people. So real quickly, this is Ben's trajectory. He wants a girlfriend, he wants more tattoos, he wants to be healthy, he loves Pepsi. But if you go down and look at what he doesn't want to be unhealthy. So if we start looking over on the left-hand side of that trajectory, we see some of the really positive life experiences he has. Many of the individuals, may or may not have that rich of life experiences. So when I'm working with an individual and I start recognizing that maybe they need to have more exposure to life experiences, that becomes a goal that I work on. But what's important about what you see over there for Ben are some of the things that he hopes to never experience again. And so when we're planning with Ben for what his sort of day-to-day goals are that his staff should be working on, but also some of his formal goals, you'll start seeing he wants to continue volunteering. He wants to continue those life experiences that he had. But he can't drink too much Pepsi. He can't sit around all day because that will take him in the trajectory that he doesn't want. So, the concept of dignity of risk has always been there. But I think COVID has really amplified this for individuals, because we're really challenged as a field to not only think about how are we supporting dignity of risk and self-determination with health and safety, but now that COVID has come into our lives, we're really needing to say to ourselves, how do we help an individual make healthy and safe choices amongst this pandemic? but how are we also making sure that they have experiences to have the quality of life that they have? So the life course framework and tools I'm hearing from around the country are really helping people really kind of push in and have those conversations. This is just a really quick example of Ben and his mom and dad who sat down right when COVID started about a year ago. And what they used, that they used the trajectory to very specifically say, what do we want for Ben during this crisis? We need him to stay busy and healthy and active. We need him to stay positive. What don't we want? We don't want to be bored or sad or scared or gaining weight. And those are things that are going to naturally happen during this isolation we all have had. So they needed to really brainstorm above that line. What are things that Ben needs to do? He needs to stay healthy. We need to help him wipe stuff down, use Perel. We need to help him go out in the driveway and use his basketball goal. And so they used this as a way because they were familiar with it. It was comfortable for them. And they were just sort of in crisis of like, all of a sudden, none of Ben's staff were coming over. He wasn't going into the community anymore. His dad is a sheriff. And so he still had to work and was a potential risk of exposure. And so this was a way that they could all get on the same page as a family to figure out how to continue to support Ben's good life while kind of readjusting what his life might need to look like during the COVID. The other thing is we use our life domains. And I use these domains as really a challenge to everybody to say, are you problem solving across all life domains? Are you finding yourself gravitating to the safety and security a lot? Are you finding yourself gravitate to healthy living? When you're looking at goals and outcomes and planning conversations, had you considered social and spirituality? That seems to be one that's always left out, but it's always the first thing people say when they ask about their vision. What is important to you for a good life? My friends, my family, my relationships, going to church, having faith. And so as policymakers and program managers, are you considering all these life domains? How are you funding and how are you offering services and supports that really lead people to really engaging in life outcomes around every domain in their life? Because if you think about it, those life experiences we talked about, the more, if I have a vision and I set expectations, I start having experiences. And the more experiences I have are going to open up more opportunities. And if I have more opportunities, that helps me think about more possibilities that I didn't even know existed out there, which is going to impact and change the dreams that you have and the vision that you have. And oftentimes, this full cycle doesn't happen for people with disabilities. And so our job is to keep that evolving and keep giving access to those life experiences, because the more richness in life experiences you have, the more possibilities that you'll see available. So as you know, we have different tools that support this. Jane filled this out as a mom on behalf of her perspective, what she thinks a good life would be for Ben. And as you notice up at the top, it says family perspective. That is different than our person-centered life course tools, because we truly believe that every member of the support team is a valuable member. But when they are discussing things, it is their perspective. So how do we bring value to their perspective, but at the same time recognize it's not the person's perspective, but it's being added together to really help us create the best supports plans as possible. The other thing is our 3 buckets. No matter what we talked about when we problem solve, people need supports. And we all need supports. This isn't a disability thing. We are tapping into these 3 buckets no matter what decisions we make in our life, whether it's buying a car, making dinner, planning our service, our advanced directives, and all of those types of things. We all need good information to make decisions. We need good skills and education around topics. But it's also nice to connect with others. We have a social emotional component, right? If we're too depressed to do something, we can't even make the change that it's needed. So the friends in our life, the social capital, the networks we have, the emotional support that we need no matter what the topic is really important to all of us. And we all need goods and services, whether that's physical support, financial support, material or instrumental support. And so, how are you thinking about those three buckets in everything you do, not just for individuals you plan with, but for yourself, and for every decision that you make? I apologize. And this brings me to the integrated support star. The integrated support star has really become something that's become fundamental to the life course framework. And what it does, it challenges us to think very differently when we're problem solving, to think very differently about what supports are available. Oftentimes, we've kind of gotten stuck in thinking, well, natural supports or paid services. And we have to break out of that mode. We have to really challenge ourselves to say, for every sort of problem I want to solve, or every outcome that I want to achieve, I have 5 possibilities that can help me get that accomplished. I have my own personal strengths and assets. I have my own resources, whether that's financial, maybe you have a house, maybe you have a car. I have my own characteristics and abilities that I'm bringing to the table. So what are they? Or what's missing from them that I can improve on? What relationships do I have to help me solve this or help me achieve something? Are there people in my life that can either hinder or support that accomplishment? What technology is available? Is there a day-to-day technology that can either help me explore something or accomplish something? Same with community. Am I accessing the things in the community that everybody accesses? Schools, businesses, parks and recs, so when we're out to really achieve and problem solve, do we really tap into everything that's available to everybody? And then specifically when we start thinking about eligibility specific supports, whether it's special education, Medicaid, disability services, how are we leveraging those supports but not becoming dependent on them? How are we using those supports to continue to build our relationships, to continue to build our strengths, to help us access technology, to help us access something in the community? And we use each one of those together to really create integrated supports. And so it becomes, there's no like right or wrong place to put something, but it becomes a challenge that no matter what someone is talking to me about, I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to give them 5 responses? How am I going to push myself to really think very differently about how I'm going to respond? So what we know and we tell people is that if you focus only on the eligibility-based supports, the likelihood of it going towards what you don't want might be much higher. Same with people who have no supports at all. Being dependent completely on your family also can take you in the direction you don't want. So the idea is that we want to focus on integrated supports. And the more we can integrate those supports, leverage those, I always say diversify our supports, that's the goal that we have. So we have tools for doing that. This is the integrated support star, and it becomes this sort of, to me, a problem solving tool. And even if you don't pull the tool out, you think about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's a constant reminder for really thinking about things. So this is my little brother, and we developed this prior to going to his annual planning meeting, because social and spirituality for people with disabilities, unfortunately, is very difficult. As Eric ages, how are we ensuring that he has friendships, that he is creating new ones, that he is maintaining his relationship with his girlfriend, connecting with his family, going to places in the community to meet people? And that is, so we took the star as a reminder for that conversation. Ben and his mom are really concerned about his supports for decision making. So they're constantly planning about, what does Ben have now? What skills does he need to develop? What sort of banking accounts and debit cards and automatic pay bills and stuff like that does he need to put in place so that Ben continues to maintain the autonomy to make the most informed decisions throughout his entire life? And quite frankly, so mom and dad have feel that those supports are in place, that he's not going to be taken advantage of. But we're seeing a lot of people around the country start to use the STAR to respond to COVID. So this is an individual that needed to use it to develop new routines. And so, they needed to think about how to do things virtually, or setting up visual schedules, or teaching somebody about technology, or scheduling virtual therapy or healthcare. And so for them, the STAR became how to respond to this change in their life. This is something a team got together to really brainstorm about: how do we stay socially distanced? And we need ideas because we're running out of ideas, and we're needing to be creative. So it was a kind of a team exercise of a group of people just throwing all their ideas on there, because we get stuck. And so this helped unstuck this group of people when they were thinking about this. This STAR was done by a provider agency who said, how do we keep people staying positive? Not only those that are receiving our supports, but how are we keeping our family members and our staff positive? And so this was a way to continue to really tap into that. What did we have available as an agency? What are things that we can intentionally do around that? So for them, they utilized the STAR for that purpose. Our last principle, and I always say that sometimes it probably should be up there as our first principle, is that no matter what you do, whether it's working individually with a person and a family member that you have, or whether you're working on policy change or program change, all this change has to be driven by the end user, the target population, the person that you're focusing on. Are they truly driving the conversations? Are you teaching them these problem-solving skills so they can drive what's important in their own lives? And how are we engaging them to not only lead and drive their own plans, but drive our policy and systems change work? So the framework allows us to begin thinking about, formal and paid service systems on the right. How are we thinking about our public and private partnerships? How are you thinking about things in the community to be a part of the solution for supporting good lives for all? But not only thinking that way, are you thinking across the lifespan? Are you including sort of the major players at each life stage in our life, right? When we have newborns, we're talking hospitals and pediatricians. As we get older, we're thinking retirement and aging systems and everything in between. So how are you integrating life course into each one of those? But then how are you threading it throughout all of them? So all of these systems are learning together. So the life course framework was designed to help you explore possibilities, share ideas, hopes, and fears, set higher expectations, navigate the future, advocate for a vision, problem solve and plan. And the framework and tools are designed not only to work with an individual, but they're designed for professionals to use in their own lives, for professionals to use in team meetings, for professionals to use to think about organizationally. And they're also designed to help us for systems advocacy and policy advocacy and strategic thinking. So the utilization is endless. Really anything is possible, and you are the creative innovators. And in Ohio, there's amazing things happening. You're going to hear from an incredible panel that hits on every one of these transformational levels that are going to show you how they've taken the framework and it's helped either validate their thinking, or it's filled a gap to help them articulate something that to problem solve and plan different, to make real impact and change. And that's why you guys are all here, to hear about these, be energized by it, and to implement the change yourself. So as we summarize this, let's take a look at this. We focus on the person within the context of their family, thinking about each of their life domains, focusing on the 3 buckets of support needs that they might have, utilizing the integrated support STAR to really drive problem solving and planning. We do this along the trajectory to move our direct trajectory towards the vision for what we want and away from what we don't want. And we need to do that across the entire lifespan. And so the life course framework not only is a framework, but it's developing a key set of tools and practices, not only for the individual to learn the skills themselves, but for their family as well as professionals. So thank you for giving me the privilege to share this information with you. But more importantly, I'm so excited that you're on this journey with Life Course. We are here as the Charting the Life Course Nexus to learn from you as much as you are to learn from us. The framework is evolving. It's constantly changing based on the way you're applying it, based on your all and everything you're finding out. So I really, really challenge you to stay in touch with us. Let us know what needs to be adapted and fixed, because if it needs to be fixed for your community, that means it needs to be fixed for all communities. So thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of the conference.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed hearing Dr. Reynolds. We anticipated that she would be able to join us for Q&A, but I appreciate the comments that you have typed both publicly and personally into the chat and the Q&A. I hope you've all found the links to the PowerPoints. And I just want to share a couple of questions. There were several questions about how do we get the information? I work with people who don't know about Charting the Life Course. And I'm just going to encourage you to go to the website, Family Resource Network of Ohio.org, FRNOhio.org. And you can sign up to be notified of information and resources and trainings that are open statewide. Or you can just contact us and request information. We are happy to share information with any group, individuals, families, any group of providers, education, medical, DD, mental health. So please contact us. There were some comments about it's exciting to be part of a movement so great and true, and social change is always good. And then there were some comments about how do we use Charting the Life Course with infants and toddlers and families in early intervention. And then at the other extreme of life stages, how do we use Charting the Life Course with end-of-life decisions? So just a reminder, Charting the Life Course is a framework. It can be applied to any situation, and it's individualized. So we don't have, here's what it looks like in early childhood. And with people in with the babies and the children in early childhood, or with anyone who cannot articulate, Charting the Life Course has resources and tools to gather the perspective of the person, but also the perspective of the family. And in person-centered thinking, we always say that everyone communicates what they like, what they don't like, what they want, what they don't want. And so we gather the information from the people who know them the best and reflect that it's from their perspective. And then we can apply the principles and gather information from that person through their actions and their words. For end of life, I have seen many people use the principles of Charting the Life Course to support people at the end of their life, and starting with the trajectory. What is it that you want to do for the rest of your life? And I personally used it with both of my brothers who lived with disabilities and who were at the end of their lives, to give them that final control over what happened, how it occurred, what they did, and what they didn't want to do. So thank you for that awesome question. And I will check once more in the Q&A because I want to make sure I've addressed every question. So, and we have one more about, I applaud the inclusion of the all. We know how to reach the families that receive services, but how do we reach individuals and families that are not known to our county, state, or DD service agencies? And one of the things that struck me when Shelley was speaking is that we started talking about Charting the Life Course in the DD system. However, we have expanded our outreach to many service systems, and you'll hear stories from people working in different systems today and tomorrow. So I think part of how we are reaching out in Ohio is by also engaging other service systems, including health, education, mental health, juvenile justice, and I'm sure I'm missing others, but that is how we are trying to reach the all. And again, I encourage you to go to the FRNO website and request information or training. We are happy to provide that support. And as you heard in the introduction, we are supported through grants. And so currently there is no cost. So we hope to hear from you, and thank you very much. And have a great conference. Okay. And I think that's it. Thank you.
In my family is I am a caregiver of my spouse who has cystic fibrosis and is also a transplant and a dialysis patient. And I have a full-time job at the Department of Health. I'm one of our 2 parent consultants. And so I'm pretty busy. So when I heard about charting the life course and I signed up to take the ambassador class, I learned very quickly that the tools that I needed to share with others, I needed to use on myself and my personal experience first. And so it was super easy to incorporate those tools into my personal experience because there were some things that we had already started thinking about. Our kids were getting married, they were moving out, and we needed to make sure that we had a good plan in place for the events where I might not be available to care for my spouse. And so we were able to use several of those tools to identify ways to build a stronger foundation to make sure that supports were in place. So I could have some help, number one. And so also, number two, if I'm not available, how does that move forward successfully? So there's no barriers or maybe blips along the way for my spouse to receive the care that he needs. So they're pretty powerful tools and very, very helpful, very enlightening. Some of the tools were hard to use in some ways because it helped, it brought some things to light that wasn't easy to think about, but it was a good step because in the end result, it brought a positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to be asking each of the panels to tell us about themselves, and then we're going to go back and ask them some other questions because I'm sure people have some other questions for Kim they're curious about. So I'm going to pass it on to Lynn now to set the stage and tell us your story.
Thank you. Like Kim, I'm thrilled to be a part of this today. My name's Lynn Calloway. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. And years ago, I was the cool sister to my sister, a younger sister, Leah. She's 10 years younger than I am. I was a support to my parents who were trying to make choices for her. And in my place in the peanut gallery, I was able to provide support for Leah, a place for her voice, a place to help her speak for herself. And really all along, I mean, I'm also a professional in the field, I should mention, who was recently retired. So at that time, I was about 25 years in, now 40 and out. And I've always felt this way about planning for a life. There just didn't seem to be a place for, in my thinking about things, for anything other than what's practical. What do you want? How can we get it? Um, well, my parents are deceased now, and so I'm no longer I'm no longer that cool sibling. I'm now in the game. I'm the coach, and my conversation with my sister is no longer. I think I'm still the cool sibling, but I'm making decisions for her now that my parents were making, and sometimes that's difficult. Um, when I met Shelley Reynolds, she was doing a presentation in Columbus. This was in my professional life. There were two other speakers. I don't even remember who they were, because what what I heard just meshed so perfectly with the way I see the world and the way I think about planning. That was the first time I heard it. The first time it felt like a warm blanket. It just, you can't argue with a warm blanket. The second time I heard the presentation was in Cincinnati with a group of families and professionals, and it clicked just like that. And I think that's probably how it works for a lot of people. It just made sense. I got it. And I immediately started to talk to my sister about what was going on. At the same time, I was working with families for 16 years. I spent time helping families plan and find resources and figure out what to do with their lives. So it had a perfect place in the work I was doing professionally and in the support for my sister. As we've aged, it's become an even more important tool, because we're no longer planning for the loss of my parents. We're planning for a point in my life when I might not be here, and I want everyone to communicate with her in that same way.
Thank you for sharing that. And, I could probably spend 2 or 3 hours talking to each one of you and having you share information. So I know the hardest part about this panel is going to be not doing that and not asking for more. So thank you, Lynn. And I will come back to you in a little bit. So Melissa, will you share some of your story?
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa James, and I am a parent consultant at the Ohio Department of Health, along with Kim. And um, that journey has led me into finding these tools. And as a parent of a child with pediatric cancer who is in maintenance right now, um, I was resistant at first to the tools simply because there was so much in the future that I fear. There is so much in the future that I'm unsure of. And there's so much, on the daily lives of us that is just sometimes hard to put down on paper or even explain to someone who doesn't live in my world. Um, but when I began to see and work with other individuals that were utilizing the tools, I kind of found my groove with them. And I realized that they actually brought more peace and brightness to me than I realized they would. I was able to kind of move throughout the tools and think about where I was even just a few years ago on my daughter's journey and where we are now. And to realize, the supports and knowledge I had in the beginning of her journey is so different, from where I have now with her. And I was kind of able to start seeing like, okay, I never wanted to be in this world. I don't want to be in this world, but I am. And having a plan does give me some kind of comfort. And so, as I went through my training to learn how to utilize the tools, some people were planning for what they wanted in the future. And I discovered that I was planning for what I didn't want. So I was utilizing the tools to make a plan for if my child relapsed, or if heaven forbid something happened to me as her primary caregiver. Who's going to take care of her? Who's going to make sure that her level of care remains? Um, and so, although the tools were difficult at times emotionally for me, I can't tell you the peace of mind they ended up giving me, as a single parent, and also just just kind of being prepared for that unknown that I know could be a part of my future. So I just wanted to say to those parents that are in the trenches right now. I know it's so hard to look to the future, especially when you don't know if you're going to get a future with your child, but it will give you peace, and it does kind of help you think about where you want to go and then make all the efforts you can to get there.
Thank you, Melissa, for sharing that story. And you bring up a really important component that, uh, you know, sometimes these tools are presented as it's a required process. We have to fill it out. And other people are recognizing that there is a lot of emotion to these. They can, be a way of educating, be a way of articulating, and sometimes help address really tough issues that oftentimes no one wants to address. And so you bring up some really important points there. So thank you for sharing that. So Lee, I'm going to pass it over to you to hear about your story.
Uh, I am Lee Butcher. I'm from West Virginia, but I was born and raised in West Virginia, but now live in Marion, Ohio. I am actually a state trainer that teaches charting life course through the Project Third state training. And I learned 2 years ago from Barb Joden. Her name was Barb. Yeah, she was her last name, but she actually taught the coaches and trainers how to teach the charting life course training to individuals with disabilities. So I'm a state trainer for Project Start, and we teach the charting life course. And when we learned how to do it, I was thinking about what I wanted to do, like my family had done in the past. My father had a um, CCW training, so did my brother. So I thought maybe the way I can use the charting life course is to set up where I need to go through each step. So I can probably learn how to have my CCW just like my father did and my brother did. And it teaches you how to reach your goals and what steps you need to get to your goals. So I really like teaching the classes for it, and I enjoy watching people learn and be open when they can do things they want to do in their life. It's amazing how to watch people be real quiet, and from the last day of the training, they all happy. Everyone's best friend, close friend. And I'm also on the OSDA board as a board member for people with disabilities.
So you're really kind of sharing a story that brings out how it breaks down stuff from a problem solving approach. And I think that, I think that's the other sort of value of it is that, for some people, it helps them to really sort of organize their thoughts, think about the future, but you can also then even break stuff down into smaller steps to really move towards goal planning.
You teach them they have how to do the steps and how to go with the life or learn with the life they would live, how to do it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for sharing that, Lee.
You're welcome.
So Corey, you want to share your experience with us, please?
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. I'm happy to be here with this wonderful panel today. My name is Corey Ferguson, and I have 3 kids who receive additional services through their local school. And one of my 3 actually qualifies for extended or more services through the County Developmental Disability Services. So we've got a lot going on in our family with 3 of them all needing different services and supports and that sort of thing. And about 2 years ago, a colleague of mine at the OSU Nice Longer Center mentioned charting the life course, and it sounded cool, and I was interested, and I was reading about it, and there became an opportunity where my daughter was going into surgery or preparing for a pretty extensive surgery, and I thought, this might be an opportunity to use one of these tools. And as a dad, we like to fix things. We always want to fix things. The fence is broke, we fix it. The toys are broke, we fix it. But in some cases, you can't fix everything, and I've found that to be my case with my kids. But I learned there's tools that can help me figure out how to solve some of these challenges that we were facing, and in organizing and trying to get everybody taken care of. And that's really how I came to know Charting the Life course, is by hearing about it and then applying it and preparing for the surgery, and looking at different life domains that needed to be addressed, and what trajectory we wanted as our family went into this really challenging chapter in our daughter's medical time. So, yeah.
That's really great, and thank you for sharing that. And I really appreciate having, of course, all of the panel here, but it's really nice to also see the dad perspective and the male perspective, because oftentimes that's not always highlighted. So I appreciate your honesty in sharing with us. One of the questions that, of course, I probably didn't give you, but that I always kind of tell people, because as a sibling myself, and 10 years ago when Life Course wasn't, we didn't set out on this journey to be where we are today. Myself and some of my team members really just sat around and said, as parents of children with disabilities, or siblings and family members, families just don't know what they don't know. In addition to that, when people are trying to educate us, talk to us, plan with us, plan on us, they often use language that doesn't really make any sense. And I'm not talking about the diagnosis and the medical words that are really hard, but we don't use common words like, what do you want to do for the future? Like, we throw in, we make them all complicated, right? And so for us, we were really setting out to to talk the way people talk, as commonly as we could. And so, that's where we really kind of set out, and had no idea it would really be where it is today. And so, I'm just so honored to be a part of this panel, because it just, every one of you guys talking just, sends chills up my spine, because, I always ask this question, but what is it? What is it? Is it the way it organizes? Is it the visuals? Is it what about it? Because most people say to me, what is the it? And I'm like, I don't really know what the it is. Sometimes maybe it is the piece of paper. Maybe it's the question or something. So if you had to articulate this it, because it's not like you haven't been introduced to other planning tools. It's not like you haven't been introduced to stuff, whether it's in the disability realm or whatever, but what's the it that you're gravitating to? So I don't know who wants to go first on that. Kim, I saw that you unmuted, so I don't know if you'd like to take a stab at that question.
Sure. Thank you, Shelley. So I think for me, I'm a very much person that has to have things in order. That's kind of how I think about life, which doesn't always work out for obvious reasons. But when I looked at the Charting the Life course tools, they felt ordered to me. They felt like you were able to take a tool and identify the tool to fit the process for the need of walking through the experience. And so for me, it was easy to pull that tool and then apply it to the experience, or like Lee said, to find a way to make a plan for a specific purpose. It all made sense to me that those tools were designed in that way. And it also, in doing that, in my mind, it helped to meet every family where they were. So the tool could be used for anyone, for any purpose, for any walk in life, for any experience of life. And then we could take our lived experiences and apply those to have an outcome where, in my case, my spouse could have his best life. He could live his best life. But we needed to make sure that those supports and services were in place in order for him to be able to be successful. And so that's what I thought about it.
That's great, Kim. Thank you. Corey, I'll go out of order. Sorry, Lynn.
Yep.
So in terms of like the it for you, like what is it?
So for me, it is a structured way of thinking. It's really complicated and challenging, some things, when you're balancing so many different things in life, particularly so many things with a child or a family member that has so many different needs. Where do you even start to think about what you need and what you don't need? And for me, it is a proven way of being able to think through really challenging things and know that these tools will help you come to a really solid plan or a solid communication tool with other folks, so that everybody's familiar with what you're after and what you need and where your supports could really come from.
Very good. Sorry about that, Lynn. I'm going to come back to you now.
No worries. I think for us, and I say us because it's really been a collective, just in our personal experience, I think the tools have been a couple of things. One is an anchor. And historically, we've gotten services or resources sort of tossed at us as families. And it just, in my heart, I was always asking, well, that's a what, but what's the why? So like, why would we do that? It's a great activity, but it's not really what my sister was into. It's a great idea, but it's really not what she asked for. So I see, the Charting the Life course tools really resonated with me in my support of her and my sister and other families I was working with. It's just that North Star. And I feel if you could establish that trajectory, then no matter what happens, that's what my sister could articulate. When the system changes, and it will, you still know what it is you want. And you don't have to know the language of the system, but you can know what you want. And you can say, that's lovely. That what is lovely. But here's what I'm wanting. Is it going to get me there? I feel like the pandemic was a great test of that, along with all the other aspects of the ever-changing lives that we all live. The pandemic was really a test of it. My sister moved in with us for 3 months because that's all she could stand. And she was really undone because her routines were undone. Everything was up in the air. And I was having a difficult time feeling anchored. Well, we literally sat down and said, okay, what is it you want? Because it still matters, even in the pandemic. Her art mattered. So we pulled together ways to set up a corner in the house where that's what she could focus on. The other things that were important to her, some of them we had to, move further down the list, but it really is an anchoring feature. It's an anchor for me in life and in planning. And as you all have mentioned, everything swirls. Our lives just change on a dime. But if you have that, it just kind of keeps things in focus. I think I'll just add one more thing. It's given my sister a way to talk about what she wants without me in the room. It also gives her a way, I think you all, in trainings I've been to, you all have called it paper courage. And that's exactly what it is, because she has it tucked in her purse. She doesn't necessarily take it out, but she feels really empowered to say, that's not what I want. That doesn't fit into anything that we're trying to accomplish, not in my star, not in my trajectory. So I really see it as a way to keep people focused and to anchor conversation and empower my sister.
That's great. Thank you. Melissa?
Yeah, so I have to agree. I have found all of those things to be true. But I think the reason why, and Kim can testify to this, I every tool I spent the whole beginning of me explaining the tool crying. So I will say that the it that I found was almost a sense of therapy. I had never in some of way, and I'm going to start doing it now, so I apologize. But in many ways, the questions that I was asked or the things that I was prompted to think about were things that nobody had asked me before, or things that nobody had put on my radar, even though I knew them. And they're like you said, they're not hard concepts, they're not revolutionary concepts. It's just the fact that, I was looking at this paper and taking 20 minutes, 30 minutes out of my day to think about everything that I have gone through with my child, from almost losing her to going through treatment to going through all of these things that I tend to shove down. And it was a chance for me to kind of unpack a little bit at a time when I was focusing on these tools, and kind of think about, everything that we went through, and then think about what I want for her in the future. And, I it was also that grief a little bit, knowing that my child's future might not look the same, as what I had envisioned when she was this little tiny bundle of joy. Um, but it's still beautiful. And so often I would just sit there and cry and just sob. And I mean, but it was good. It was very therapeutic. Thing when I share this with people is because it is emotional to me, and it's just it puts it in a way that I'm in control of it and I can have that moment with myself. And then when I'm ready, I can see, I'm going to cry, I'm sorry. And then when I'm ready, I can share those thoughts with someone, and it's on paper. It's just like my heart on a paper, and I can tell them, like, this is what I want for my child, this is what we went through, and it kind of allows me to process. um, so I think that's my biggest takeaway is it's free therapy in a sense. So
Yeah, and what each one of you are really bringing up is that, and in just a second, Lee, I'll let you go, and then we'll kind of think about the next question. Is the beauty and curse of life courses? So many people are calling me all the time saying, "Train me, train the trainers, do it this way," and I'm like, but how you might want to use it might be totally different how they want to use it. And if I start creating these very specific, you have to train this way, you have to do it this way, it starts to actually kind of lose some of what is like is the power of it. And so for Melissa, it's more of a journaling and a more of a self-reflection to kind of help you articulate, get that out and advocate. For Lynn, it could be a problem solving, or it's even a tool that's being used to help create and support self-determination in your sister, to be able to advocate. And for Lee, your example was about problem solving. So when people say to me, train me on it, I'm like, but what do you want it for? Like, what do you want to do with it? That's kind of again a strength and a thing that's frustrating the field. So Lee, for you, what has kind of been your it? Like, why is it important to you?
I and after the trainers like you are with Project Fair, it helped me speak to people, tell them this: you have a choice in life. You can speak up for yourself. Here is a paper to help you step by step. What you can do is easy to understand once you learn how to say some of those words, like trajectory. Once you learn what trajectory means, it's real easy to understand. And when we teach it in training, we tell this is for you, not for the group. This is what you want in your life. And we do it each step one at a time, let them work 15 minutes on each step, so they can learn what they want and how they want to speak up for themselves and what they want in their life. And been really amazing watching people do that and think, I can do this. I want to do this. Can do something more. For myself, I wanted to follow the footsteps of my dad and my brother in getting my class that I was taking. And I'm doing one step at a time. And I'm just this week, today, actually set up the training for myself, for my CCW, so I know what I do in the training, what I do for the training. So it helps you do a step-by-step process, so you know you won't be overwhelmed or frustrated or upset about can't do something. This is what I can do one step at a time. And you can go back to your team that you work with and say, can you help me do these steps? And they can explain it to you. I had a question about my course, so I went to Director Martin and Director Davis about it. And then they helped me talk to other people I need to follow the steps I need to do in the course. As a trainer's really good training, and actually learning it, it's really helped out. So it helps out the family, and it helps out yourself out knowing what your family, what you want for your family, and what you want to do in your life.
Right. That is really great. And I also, you guys, so now you're talking about how it can be used for problem solving and really setting goals and really working toward them and creating action steps. And, you know, I always tell people the first time you kind of go through the training, if you get it kind of right away, you're like, oh, seems so easy. And then you get back to your desk and you're like, now what? Because in some ways the simplicity is very complex. And as when people start learning about it and recognizing it's more a way of thinking, like, do you even pull the papers out anymore? Or you're thinking about the star or the three buckets, and it becomes a sort of just an internalized way to process. More important, I tell people, I could train you the whole thing and never get the tools out. And it's really, it's about the values, it's about the principles, it's about the just a way to visually organize your thought process.
You can also when you're ISP training, when you're doing ISP, you can say, this is where I was my ISP in my life. Can you help with your ISP?
Exactly. And Lee, that's where I was heading with this, is that sometimes it could be utilized to help you prepare for formal plannings, whether it's an educational planning meeting, whether it's going to the doctor, whether it's doing your ISP or your person-centered plan for services, or you're transitioning to adulthood, or you're creating your employment plan or your retirement plan. So it crosses domains as well as sort of disciplines and types of professionals. So the question that, I'd like for you to share with people is, we have people watching this that are like, okay, I guess I'll try that out. Or, okay, they've convinced me, but how do I get from like brand new to like where you're at, so how would you recommend to people to get started, or, yeah, really just how to get started. So Kim, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Shelley. So we actually have been using these tools with some of our clients through some of our ODH programs, parents of children with medical complexities or complex medical conditions. And in our roles, Melissa and I's role, we do
Sorry, everyone. My video quit there for a second. I'm going to get it fixed and get right back with you.
sharing how my child best communicates. I'm simply sharing what my child likes, what my child doesn't like, what happens in the middle of a medical emergency, how my child can communicate, how my child can be successful in that moment. That may be a hard moment. So that's just a couple different experiences that we've been able to encourage families to use the tools, and always preface it by saying these are things that are not easy to discuss. These are things that are not that you may not want to even think about. But once you walk through the process, you're going to be more stronger than you were before. You might cry along the way, as Melissa shared, and that's okay. Allow yourself that time to do whatever you need to do so you can have the experience, so it empowers you and it empowers your child, and it helps others be empowered so they can best serve you and your child.
Very thoughtful. Thank you, Kim. Lynn, what would you share with others about getting started?
Well, I'd like to speak from my former professional life and in my life as an adult SIB. At this point, I'm referring to myself as a silver SIB because my sister and I are, both getting older. But in my work with families, initially, as much as this was just a very natural conversation, trying to introduce families to the idea of charting the life course was a little challenging because I was using the phrase charting the life course, which it's catchy, but it didn't mean a lot in the room with a parent who's struggling with life. Nor was it enticing, to get families to let me come and talk with you. This is really all they wanted to hear. Let me just come and talk to you. And I think, Kim, you've highlighted that so beautifully. Just need to open the door and ask families to give you the opportunity to just hear them. And then I would use the tools as a way to kind of record the conversation initially, and then share that with families in a recap of the discussion. It was a great way for them to think about how they communicated, what they communicated, and then to begin to talk about the tools as a way to think about planning, to think about planning short-term and long-term, and looking at the various aspects of their family member's life. I also found that for a lot of families, a good starting point was the trajectory, what you want, what you don't want for your life. That's such a basic conversation, such a good hearty place to start. And a lot of people were very clear about what they did not want. It was a little harder, I noticed, for people to really lean into what they did want in some cases. That was surprising to me. I thought surely people would know what they want. I get so many calls from families who knew what they wanted, but that didn't necessarily play out in that conversation. So in my personal life with my sister, I was surprised at her ability to utilize all of those tools really very easily. Our conversation again was the springboard, plugging those thoughts and ideas into the sheet, and then talking to her about the various aspects of her life. So, where do you want to live? What are you going to do with your day? She has diabetes, and she lives in an apartment on her own. She travels the community. We're trying to figure out how she can manage her numbers travel safely, and be able to call for help if she needs it. So we were really spending a lot of time looking at technology and how it fit into her better life. I just really felt like I don't know. I don't know why I was surprised at that, but I was able to put those things, down with her, have her fill in those stars. And she got to the point she was filling it in. And again, like I said earlier, it's not in a notebook. it's it's in a folder, but she just tucks it in her purse and she doesn't have to pull it out anymore unless someone is unable to understand exactly what it is she's trying to communicate. But I think getting from the beginning to, I don't know, do you ever reach a point where there's like some competence? I just don't, I'm not even going to use that word. I don't know that I'll ever have competence, but I'll tell you what, I know what I need, and my sister knows what she needs to communicate what needs to be communicated for her life. When we're going into this meeting about remote supports, we're taking her star. She already feels the team sort of, making some very strong suggestions, and she's very anxious about it. And we talked about it this morning on the phone. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? How will you express what you want? And she said, I'll just bring my Charting the Life course with me, and you'll help me talk. And I was like, I don't think I really need to, but yeah.
So you addressed many things that I always address. I always tell people, like, you don't even mention the name. Like, the name is irrelevant. So if I show up and I choose to use it as a way to collect the information and summarize it back, it's just like a pretty way to present it back, right? And then sometimes as a professional or as the person who's helping another person problem solve, so often in our field we get stuck. We're like, paid services or no services, like those are your two options, right? And the star like forces you to have to be like, hold on, there are more options than that. I didn't think about technology. Have I really dug into each of the parts of the star? The other thing you address is you wore three hats, and it's usually how I kind of articulate. One, that first hat is I just use it as a summarizing thing. The person doesn't even know I'm using it as my approach to the conversation. The second way you use it is like, you used it yourself to sort of plan and think about the future, but then you used it with your sister and taught her that because it became an approach or a methodology she uses for problem solving. And so again, there's so many different complexities to that. So thanks for sharing that. Melissa, from your standpoint, what would be your sort of suggestion getting started?
I think one of the biggest sells for me was the fact that I could protect the ones that I love, particularly my daughter, of course, but even yourself. And I maybe it's because I was introduced to this during a pandemic, and we had so many questions about, I'm not allowed to go into the hospital with my child. I'm not allowed to go into the hospital with my young adult. I'm not, if I go into the hospital, who's going to take care of my child? And this was the first time that I think every family in the world was a little bit nervous about what could happen to anyone in their family. And when you add on that extra layer of having someone who has a special medical need or a disability or a mental health issue, it complicated things so much. And so I think the biggest thing, the tools, if you're going to do any tool, do the tool that allows you to tell someone who that person is, who you are, and gives them that inside information, and post it in your house, post it, above your child's bed, post it on the fridge, put it wherever it needs to be. Because if something does happen to you, or, even that person, I can send that form with my child that says, this is what she wants, this is what she likes, this is how, here are her supports, here's the people that are important to her, so that the people that take care of her have that. And also, if something happens to me, it gives me peace of mind knowing that there's almost like a guide, to my child and my family that I can at least point to or tell someone or have them, call that special friend and aunt and special person that knows her medical history, who knows this and that. And I think that's kind of what the tools allow you to do in many ways is it's like a brain dump. You're able to put all those things that as a caregiver, all those little tidbits and trivial things that you do without thinking because your mom, your dad, your sister, you know what I mean? You do those things and it's just because you know them. But then if you drop somebody else in your place that doesn't know them and doesn't have years of experience with them and hasn't seen everything that they've been through, I mean, everything just becomes so much more complicated. So I would say that the biggest motivator is, now more than ever, make some of those plans, have some of those sheets available, put it in your go bag in your car for the hospital, put it on your fridge if you're going to have a babysitter. They're very versatile, and I just view it as love. It's just sharing your love for that person with the people that are going to be in your life.
I appreciate that, Melissa, because what it does, it moves beyond the concrete. This is how to care for this person, and it starts to like show the life experiences. Like this is a real person that likes to have her birthday cake this way, or or whatever. But like the stuff that I think that is the most, when I talk about reciprocal roles, I talk about not that anyone can do it as good as mom and dad, but somebody can come provide the day-to-day supports, but someone can't provide the lived experiences, the memories, the stuff that gives you real value in your life. And so I think that's what I'm really hearing you articulate. So I appreciate that. So Lee, what sort of suggestions would you give somebody else who's just getting started?
If you can talk to your local self-advocacy group, a lot of the self-advocates across Ohio have went through the Project STAR training, and they've done that training in the Project STAR curriculum. You can go to websites and find out information about starting a life course and different training options, and talk to people that in your field that you know who have disability, and see what they have to ask and give information for. Like I have a coach, and if I need to talk to her, I can come to her office when I'm at work. I can talk to her about stuff going on projects that are related, and she will help me. Or if I have a friend needs help, I can talk to them, and I can help you with this information. Talk to your peers and people that you know and you trust to help you. So that's the business thing. And if you need help with your charting life course, portfolio, that big book. Show them that book and talk to them. This is what I want in my life. Can you help me reach these goals?
That's excellent. That's excellent advice to help people kind of see, like, reach out to others who have had exposure and who know how to do that. I think that's great, Lee. So
we also in the project are making a video training. So you do it online. If you can't do the in-person training, you can hopefully next year be able to allow it we are today and go through the Charting Life Course training through the Project STAR training on our website, osda.org. And
that's
help people with disability, help them that our way.
So there are great resources on the website. That's excellent. Thank you. So Corey, for you, how would you kind of talk to others? Maybe even that skeptical dad being a dad.
I often reflect on my own personal experience, and that was when I first heard of charting a life course. I was a little overwhelmed. There's a lot of information, a couple of different concepts, and I think one thing to keep in mind is you don't have to take a big bite out of the whole thing at once. You can take a little bite here and a little bite there, and maybe use one tool or use one life domain instead of maybe biting off more than you can chew at the very beginning. I think that's important. And then I also think it's important to keep in mind that there's a lot of really good tools that are really helpful, but it's also a way of thinking and making sure you're stepping back and you're thinking about, am I including everybody who's involved in this particular situation, and not just focusing on the tools, but just rethinking everything you thought before under a different perspective or a different lens. And the only other thing I would maybe suggest is the way you're going to do charting the life course is probably different than the way other people are going to do charting the life course. And I think it's important not to try to mimic the way somebody else has done it. That's what worked well for them, but what works well for you could be very different. And I think that's important to realize. There's no one way necessarily to do it. So it's important to make it yours. You know, one example I wanted to share I thought was really intriguing was there was a family who had an young adult going into transition age, and this was prior to COVID, but they had a barbecue in their backyard, and all these people came together and started talking about, well, you know, after high school, this is what we're going to need. And a neighbor said, hey, you know what, I can pick them up and take them to work on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And they weren't really, you know, didn't necessarily have the tools in front of them, but that's the way they were thinking. And they were engaging people in conversations to fill their integrated star and to figure out what their trajectory looks like for their young person. So I think one of the key things is to make it yours.
Yeah, I think that is very, very spot on. So this is, I'm sorry, Lee.
You can charting life course training are on your own. You
Yes.
own, not someone else's life course. What's best for you?
Yeah, and I think, Lee, you bring out what a lot of people say is that it is the voice of the person. It's not something that a group of people put together on their behalf. It can truly be the voice of the person, and that's the value of that is so strong. Well, this is great. I know that we could sit and talk for a whole other hour for this conference, but I think that is our time. And you guys were wonderful. Your stories, I mean, the honesty, sharing your own vulnerabilities, you know, and even your own hesitations with us is just really powerful for everybody. And, you know, I cannot begin to thank you enough for being a part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So lots of great information. We have some of our families who are on the panel here to answer questions directly to folks. So if Kim or Melissa, Corey, or Lee want to turn your cameras on. We heard a lot of great stuff in the Q&A too. Conversations around, still lots of questions about what if I haven't seen it in my county board or connecting with my county board, and encouraging families to make sure that you reach out to the folks that touch your life, not only in your county boards and in your those within the DD system that support you, but also folks in your community, and share with them when you utilize the tools. The more visibility for the tools, the more we're going to get this integrated in both spaces. But reach out to your county board, talk to your SSA, ask them to be inquisitive, and ask their folks for more information. In addition to that, you can always go through that FRNO Ohio, which has been put in the chat a couple of times, and just fill out a comment sheet or a connect sheet with your name and information and what you're looking for exactly and what kind of support you're looking for. And we can help you make those connections too. And I'm going to let folks make sure that they put in the Q&A questions that they have directly for the families, and offer the floor to any of the families who, as they watched this and saw the Q&A, might have things to offer too. There was one direct question about how do we utilize this when we're struggling with something as simple as staffing. And I think what I love about this, and I answered it there too, is the idea that sometimes it can help us problem solve, not only within our own core family, but going to that agency or provider or county board that we're working with, or school for that matter, to say, hey, this is kind of where I'm thinking, this seems to be where our gaps are. And that visual, when you utilize a star, really powerful. When you look at that and say, see where the gap is, we're struggling with this, and how can you help me? And placing it on the table that way to have a bigger conversation. Does anybody else have something to offer in regard to that? Or additional questions from the group? I think, again, what I love that Corey said was that everybody makes it their own. And if you haven't had experience working directly with the tools yet, I always tell the families that I work with and the folks that are supporting them that as long as you understand where you put it, why you put it there, that's really what matters. There's no right or wrong way. We talk about doing it with, you know, really understanding the tools and really understanding the framework behind it. Very seldom am I comfortable sharing this information without giving that history that Shelley shared at the beginning of today, at least pieces of it, because seeing how we got here and the need for it is super important to understanding the power of it. But remember that as you're utilizing this, you know, that basic of what I want and what I don't want. And I think it was Melissa that talked about that don't want box was really important to her in recognizing what she needed to move forward by acknowledging and being transparent with herself what was in that don't want box. And we talk about that connection to trauma, and we can talk about that from individuals. A lot of times they can't put into words what it is that they want or see in their future, but they can know from their past experience what they haven't liked and what hasn't worked for them, and they're able to express it that way. And then we can help them as family members or as professionals how to put into words what they want in their what I want box based on that. Corey,
you can ask the county board of DD for its information so they can transfer you to people like the OSDA to help get the Charting Life Course information. You can also check the OSDA website, osda.org, and they can find the Charting Life Course through our training program on the Project Stir website.
And I would love if somebody would put that in the chat box for us. I think people being able to access that, Lee, and see what you guys have done with this and the power behind what it's done for and how you've helped the growth of this is really amazing to see. So I encourage you to go check that out too. Kim or Corey or Melissa, any last words to share? I'm looking at questions. Oh, wait a minute. I am missing those. Here we go. Individual said, great idea to have the tools ready in case you can't be there for any reason. And that's one thing that this kind of had blown up in my own personal experience in the time of COVID, to recognize that we were grasping at anything to really give us ideas and stay in a positive and a hopeful space, and really powerful in that it can continue a conversation when sometimes we feel like there's nothing to grab a hold of. And I think it's very powerful in that space. Charting the Life Course within the foster system, we have touched on this and done this. So I think absolutely it's been really powerful. And we would love to encourage and support you in that space to work with and see a future and be able to recognize that within that for individuals and families in those systems, because we need to kind of know where we're going in order to ensure getting to where we wanted to go. I think the family stories are super powerful, and I want to thank Kim and Corey and Melissa and Lee and Lynn, who couldn't join us today, for sharing that. We say often this is really intimate work. For those of you that are professionals, keep that in mind. You're really kind of placing yourself in a place of privilege to be walking alongside someone doing this work with you, and just recognize that. And I just want to thank each of you for sharing that with us today, because it's very intimate and personal work.
Thank you, Celia. I'll just share really quickly that if we have any families that are utilizing services through the Department of Health, Melissa and I are available. And either we or we'll ask Celia or Shelley or Tracy to pop our contact info in the chat. We are using these tools with the clients that we serve through our programs at the Department of Health. And we're happy to meet with any family that would like to begin understanding how to put these tools into practice for their life, and to help them and their loved ones live their best life. So thank you. It was a great opportunity. And I would just say to finish, in order to help families understand how to use the tools, you must use them on yourself first. And it's important to do that. So thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Also, for the folks that were asking about if you're outside Ohio, there are numerous states involved in this work. And so please go to lifecoursetools.com and you can see what other states are involved in the network and potentially get in touch with them. For the questions specific about Kentucky, Kentucky has done some work with the National Community of Practice, and there are some folks utilizing and thinking more about these tools in different spaces. So you can reach out to us through FRNO and we can potentially connect you with those folks or with someone at National who knows those connections. And then there was a question from Lynn Fogel, and she wants you to share and think about a nibble. Where's the space you could start? Where's that one little spot that you could possibly think of a beginning with this work to moving forward? And so I encourage you to do that. I know the chat isn't open a lot of times in my trainings. I'll ask folks to type that into the chat. If you want to put it in the Q&A real quickly, that would be great. But otherwise, just stop and think about where is the possibility. We've heard some great stories and we're right about at our time slot. So I'm going to thank everybody again profusely for your great work here and for sharing, and appreciate all of you coming to the showcase. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and we're going to move on to the next thing. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Steve Beha, and I am in the Division of Policy and Strategic Direction with the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities. One of the roles that I have in the department is to manage the Ohio Family Network grant. This grant was developed in concert with 5 family organizations who provide supports and services for families throughout the state. These 5 grantees were selected through a request for proposal process that really required them to look at asset-based community development and charting the life course as 2 main tenets of the supports that they provide for the families within their networks. The purpose of these grants were for the Ohio Family Network organizations to be hyper-local and to really connect with the families in their counties, in their networks, and in their areas to determine their needs and how to best support them. One of the ways in which the organizations in the Ohio Family Network support families is through the Charting the Life Course framework. While Charting the Life Course framework was a requirement within the request for proposal process, it also lives on in the framework of each organization and each organization's support for families. As Ohio Family Network members, these family organizations provide resources for people with disabilities throughout 17 counties in Ohio. The Ohio Family Network members identify the needs of local families so that they connect them to helpful resources based on their needs. They also leverage their knowledge, diversity, and strengths of their local communities. Obviously, in 2020, many curveballs were thrown at us. And while the original intent of the Ohio Family Network was to be a hyper-local service delivery for families, it has morphed and pivoted into many, many online resources and online sessions for families across the state to take advantage of. Charting the Life Course remains one of those key pillars to the Ohio Family Network and continues to be a very popular session that families can attend. As a part of supporting the Ohio Family Network organizations, DODD also provided funds for strategy-based learning sessions to educate and provide more information to the Ohio Family Network about navigating stress, building social networks to reduce social isolation, and engaging people in local projects. All of these, in addition to the Charting the Life Course framework, have been essential parts of the Ohio Family Network. The 5 family organizations that make up the Ohio Family Network is the Autism Society of Greater Akron, the Center for Disability Empowerment, the Down Syndrome Association of Central Ohio, the Family Leadership Network of Starfire, and Milestones Autism Resources. These 5 family organizations are key players throughout the state and support families in a multitude of ways. We really encourage you to go to the DODD website at dodd.ohio.gov and search for the Ohio Family Network to find one in your area that can support you.
Hello, I'm Stacy Collins with the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities. I work in the Policy and Strategic Direction Division and lead our Community Life Engagement team. And our team focuses on our Employment First and Technology First initiatives. Within the showcase today, I'm going to be talking about our Family and Outreach Communication Grant. We started this grant back in fiscal year 20, and the goal was to really support how our adult day and employment services have been evolving in Ohio over the last few years. I'm sure many of you are aware that those services have evolved rapidly in the last few years and will continue to evolve in the future. Provider organizations are changing programs and practices as they respond to multiple and complex demands from federal and state authorities, advocacy organizations, and people with disabilities and their families. We've continued to emphasize the importance of building a bridge from our current system where over 30,000 adults are receiving non-work services and our services from a county board of developmental disabilities and services in a setting that might not necessarily be community-based, to a system that further emphasizes community employment and integrated day services. A critical component to successful evolution of services is really having an effective plan for outreach and communication to family members of the people we serve. So in fiscal year 20, we created the Family Outreach and Communication Grant, which its efforts were to improve our outreach and communication efforts to families that are served across the state. You know, within those services, or the goal of that project was to engage county boards and developmental disabilities or councils of governments to lead the development of a core team of stakeholders at the local level. That core team we asked consisted of a county board SSA. It consisted of an individual receiving day or employment services, family representatives, of course, county board or COG leadership, as well as providers in the area that actually provide day and employment services. And the target of this work is that that core team would come together and actually develop an outreach and communication plan targeted at families in their county. Within this actual work and developing this plan, the target of the project was that the group would receive training in utilizing Charting the Life Course framework and use that framework to set those benchmarks for outcome measurement and to develop plans on how they can improve that outreach and communication to families of the people served across the state with developmental disabilities. We did have a total of 4 teams who were awarded grants in this project and have been working on this. One is the Clark County Board of Developmental Disabilities. The second is the Lucas County Board of Developmental Disabilities. The third is the Delaware County Board of Developmental Disabilities. And then the 4th team is a team that's comprised of Pickaway County Board of Developmental Disabilities, Fayette County Board of Developmental Disabilities, and Ross County Board of Developmental Disabilities. These teams have done amazing work over the last several years and have showcased their work through DODD's Transformation Summits. You can learn more information about this on our website, the Ohio Employment First website, which is www.ohioemploymentfirst.org. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Tina Evans. I'm the Cross System Initiatives Manager for the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities. DODD is committed to improving current services and collaborating to develop new services for multi-system youth and their families. Since 2018, the department has awarded grant funding to county collaborative projects for planned respite to support youth and families. The purpose of the grants were to increase the capacity for and utilization of planned therapeutic respite and intensive home-based supports to prevent or reduce out-of-home residential placements for youth with intellectual and developmental disabilities and significant behavioral health challenges. While the department has partnered with sister agencies on various initiatives to support youth served by multiple systems and their families, respite opportunities continue to be difficult to find, especially for families who have children with co-occurring mental illness and intellectual disability. These grant projects were all very different and unique based on the needs of their communities. Some provided intensive in-home support, others provided opportunities for scheduled out-of-home respite. We really wanted to be able to strengthen families before a crisis erupts and provide families skills and resources in order to assist with family dynamics. Oftentimes, families just need a break to spend time with other family members, a break to spend time alone, or to go shopping or to church. We know these types of breaks to get re-energized and rejuvenated make all the difference. These respite providers go through intensive training in order to support these families. Trauma-informed care training, supporting youth with complex behavioral health needs, as well as Charting the Life Course framework training. The project partners have brought Charting the Life Course facilitators into their communities to train direct workforce, supervisors and leadership on how they can incorporate the framework into the conversations they are already having with these families. As families are learning how to interact differently with their children and dynamics improve, it gives them an opportunity to take a breath and have the ability to think about the trajectory for their child and focus on the long-term vision for their family. The respite projects have helped many, many families by avoiding out-of-home residential, keeping children connected to their schools and communities, and giving families an opportunity to connect in new and different ways. If you have questions about the youth respite projects, please feel free to contact me, Tina Evans, at tina.evans@dodd.ohio.gov.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Dana Charlton, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ohio Self-Determination Association. We call it OSDA for short because it's a little bit easier to say. I'm here today to share how OSDA's leadership training called Project STIR has changed to include Charting the Life course. Joining me are Barb Seferis, who is our expert on Charting the Life course, and a panel of folks who helped OSDA make these changes happen. So what is Project STIR? Project STIR is leadership training taught by people with a disability to other people with a disability, along with their personal ally, who might be a friend, a parent, a staff person. It can be anyone. The STIR stands for Steps Toward Independence and Responsibility. When OSDA teaches Project STIR, we use a train the trainer approach. Our trainers will first tell you the information, then they will demonstrate what has been said, and end by involving the training participant in some kind of an experience about the lesson. And the experience can be things like an individual activity of some sort, or a role play, or maybe a skit. Why do we do this? Because we know that people learn in different ways. To make it easy for the people who come to our training to teach others when they go home, we provide all the graduates with a copy of the PowerPoint slides that we use, links to our videos, and an electronic version of all the handouts. A little bit more about Project STIR. The lessons that we teach include knowing yourself, communication, problem solving, both as an individual and problem solving when you're part of a group. We talk about disability history, rights and responsibilities, advocacy, learn a little bit about self-determination, and creating a local advocacy group, or maybe making an existing one stronger. And now, today, we pull it all together by having each one of the participants chart their own life course. Project STIR is more than just training, however. It's also about being part of a statewide network of people who speak up and the allies who support them. OSDA includes a Council of Ohio Leaders called the COOL Group. And this group of people oversee and coordinate Project STIR. The 15 members of the COOL Group are all people who live with a disability from all around Ohio. The COOL Group meets at least quarterly, every 3 months. And in January, our meeting includes planning for the year with trainers and their coaches. Members of COOL take turns, both leading and chairing the COOL meetings and leading and chairing the quarterly network meetings for Project STIR. They also find or create leadership roles for themselves and for other people who live with a disability. Until last year, 2020, we always met face-to-face each quarter, usually in the center of Ohio to make travel easy for everyone. COVID taught us, like it has many people, how to use Zoom to keep ourselves connected. Many of the folks in our OSDA statewide Project STIR network have learned to use this technology. And OSDA plans to continue to use Zoom even after this crazy pandemic is under control, because we know how valuable it has become in helping people with disabilities stay connected. No challenges with transportation, finding staff, or family support, and it really doesn't cost anything. The statewide Project STIR network also meets quarterly. And for every meeting, we will invite all the new and past graduates and their allies. We include invitations to the allies because we want all of the past graduates to have as much support as they can in order to participate in the network. The network meetings can be used as a place to practice teaching Project STIR lessons and for getting tips and other feedback from your peers. At each of the network meetings, participants share their experiences with one another. When we were meeting in person, we always started by having everyone in the room, sometimes as many as 100 people, each say their name, tell us where they were from, and share a recent time that they spoke up for themselves. As individuals or as advocacy groups, we also had folks share what they've been doing to create awareness of disability issues, to give back to their community, to train others, what kind of leadership roles they may have taken on in the last 3 months, and things that they've done to educate policymakers, both policymakers where they live in their local communities and legislators. So now let's talk about how all this connects to charting the life course. For that, I'm going to turn this over to Barb.
Thanks, Dana. So in Ohio, as we were expanding using Charting the Life course and sharing information about Charting the Life course, we wanted to include and empower people with lived experience to use Charting the Life course. And Project STIR was a perfect match. And so we approached OSDA and Project STIR and shared the information, and both groups, Project STIR and Charting the Life course, have similar outcomes, and that is to help people really be part of identifying their good life and sharing that information so that their plan can really be person-centered. Charting the Life course was created by and for people with disabilities and families. And it's the only person-centered approach I know where people and families developed the process, the tools, and the resources that we share. And it can be used for anyone across all ages and abilities. So when people learn about Charting the Life course and when they participate in Project STIR, they're learning to speak up and share their thoughts, their feelings, and help direct their life. After Project STIR, people leave Project STIR with having applied some of the Charting the Life course tools. And after they leave with the tools which can be easily updated and revised as they change their minds or change what they want to do in their life. So it's easy to build on what they've done and what they want to do and adjust and add to the tools. They also help people speak up about their future. And we tell people, share the information with whoever you want, both the people that are paid to help you, but also people who are not paid, your family, your parents, your siblings, your friends, so that they can better understand who you are, what you want, and how to best support you so that you have your good life.
A little more about how did OSDA change Project STIR to include Charting the Life course? And thank you, Barb. As was mentioned earlier, the STIR lessons build on one another. You can see the self-advocate here getting ready to start up the steps. Also, Project STIR has always led to an activity at the end where training participants are encouraged to think about the future. In the past, however, the focus of all of that was more on advocacy. What are you going to do as an individual to advocate more for yourself and others? And what are you going to do to be part of an advocacy group? OSDA and COOL felt a strong need to create some sort of an activity at the end that would give each participant something that they could take with them, something that would help them to speak up after the training ended. Charting the Life course was the absolute perfect tool. The activities and the worksheets for Project STIR and Charting the Life course were found to be very much alike in how they help the person think about and identify their good life and what they want in the future. So we just replaced the activity at the end of our Project STIR training with a lesson about Charting the Life course. And now participants learn about the tools and the concepts, and they complete a portfolio for themselves. Whoops. A few more things were done to change Project STIR to include Charting the Life course. In our training, we used PowerPoint slides. So we had to create new slides for the final lesson, which was about Charting the Life course now. Throughout the process, revisions were presented to OSDA's Council of Ohio Leaders and to Project STIR trainers and coaches for their input. After all, they were going to be the ones using this different tool. Once we had decided pretty much what we wanted to do, OSDA went to the Ohio Developmental Disabilities Council and asked for some grant funds to cover new costs to implement the changes. The cost that was going to be new had to do with training about 34 Project STIR trainers and their coaches, and printing new materials, both for trainers and for participants. Barb was very much a part of this process of training, and she's going to share that experience with us.
Thanks, Dana.
She will share that experience with you.
Thanks, Dana. So how did we do it? We wanted to use the approach that the Project STIR trainers are used to. So we pulled together the trainers and the coaches for 2 days in a hotel in Columbus. And we used the tell, demonstrate, and experience approach that's used throughout Project STIR. So on the first day, we introduced Charting the Life course, told them about it, introduced everyone to the tools and concepts, demonstrated some examples, and then had everyone, all of the trainers and the coaches, actually experience using the tools. Everyone attending, all of the trainers and the coaches, completed their own personal portfolio, which includes 3 tools from Charting the Life course, their 1-page person-centered description, a trajectory of what their good life is, and the integrated STAR. We believe that before someone shares Project STIR tools and resources, they really should use them on themselves. So on day 2, the trainers and the coaches worked together in small groups to review the new slides and trainers' notes, to plan, and then to actually have experience teaching us all the new information. And then at the end of 2 days, we had a group of new trainers who learned how to integrate Charting the Life course into Project STIR.
Yay!
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you, Barb.
Charting the Life course has helped me because I can show my team what I want for a good life and show them, you know, how I speak up for myself and what I want, and so they can put it in my ISP and really see what I want. The first one I have is I want to get married to my boyfriend, Larry. Do more presentations for Ohio at Home, where I work at. Do more public speaking for Project STIR and doing more trainings. I want to visit more family members because I don't get to visit a lot of all my family members that much anymore since I work, because I have 3 jobs. And so it's kind of hard to see other family members on my family tree a lot. So I'm planning on doing that because family and friends are so important to me, and that's how I got my start to where I am today.
Well, my vision of their life is spending more time with my family. And I love being in the outdoors. I grew up in the hills of West Virginia. The outdoors, I love being in the outdoors. But did originally being outdoors. I am planning on getting my concealed weapon permit. My family all care about that, are responsible about done. And I want to follow with my family and getting my CTW, where I can have my concealed permit as a person with a disability and a concealed and a licensed person that is responsible for firearms. I believe in training people on firearms, and I love to train people about Project Start by speaking up and have rights to speak up and different ways of speaking up. On the Charting the Life course, we started all the state trainers went to a 2-day training where all the trainers, me, Marcy, and all the other trainers got trained by Barb on Charting the Life course, and she walked us through all the steps. First, they started on this side, then we were in this side of the page. Started. And then we ended up on this last part of the inside of the book. And on the back, in our industrial services support vision and dreams. And Barb taught us that this will help us out in our life and help us out decide what we want to do with our life. It's a new path for the state of Ohio people with disabilities.
Charting the Life course has helped me a lot because I can go to my support team service coordinator in my ISP meeting because I can take it in. Like if it was a book or something, because it's my life. So this is an open book to my life. And like right here, it's helped me because my new adventure that I had started was Ohio at Home, where it's my second job, and all the stuff that has helped me get to this spot. Like I have my boss, Ali, who's helped me a lot.
Hey guys, if I can have your
And we he's also the care provider owner. And we do like technology stuff, so remote support has helped me be independent, and it's also helped me with my job. These things right here, like what they say right here, it takes you back, and then it can also, when you're at your meeting and you get your service coordinator and you can't remember what you say from about your life and how it's been for since a matter of years, and it tells about it, and you can read about it on this paper, so you can take it and your support team service coordinator / SSA could see this, and then they can know about you, how you became who you are or what you are today.
So now let's meet our panelists. Each of the panelists today have worked on completing their own personal portfolio for themselves, and they're going to be talking about that. But before we start, I'd like for each of you to introduce yourselves, say where you are from, and share some things about yourself, just like we do in Project STIR training. Who wants to start? How about you, Christy?
Hi, my name is Christy Stepp, and I am from Madison County, and I am a member of the core group. I'm a Project STIR trainer since 2015, and I've trained all over the state of Ohio, and that's it.
Who wants to be next? How about Ty?
Hi, my name is Ty Ferguson. I am from Logan County. I'm a member of the Cool Board. I've done Speak Up, Stay Safe trainer, Project STIR trainer. I did a little bit of coaching for Project STIR. I did Charting the Life course, training, MUI training. Just say I dabbled in a lot of stuff.
Lee?
Hello. Hello, I'm Lee Butcher from Marion County. I have been a self-advocate since 2009. I was trained at Mohegan State Park in a state park here in Ohio. I was originally from West Virginia, but now I live here in Ohio. I'm a Council of Ohio Leaders member, a Project Earth state trainer. I had traveled across the state talking about Project Earth statewide. And at one time I had been on 7 boards and committees for self-advocacy. And now I am a employee at Market Industries and I work second shift.
Thank you, Lee. Okay, Marcy.
Hi, my name is Marcy Starter. I am from Franklin County. I represent the Franklin County Board of DD Self-Advocate Advisory Council with Superintendent Jed Morrison. I'm a Project STIR statewide trainer and have trained over 100 people in the state of Ohio to speak up for themselves and help them become Ohio leaders. I was appointed by Governor Kasich to the DD Council in April 2014 until 2020. I am the chairwoman of the advisory committee for my provider agency, Ohio at Home. And I am a member of the Cool Board, which stands for Ohio Leaders. Most recently, I was asked to be a part of the APSI board. I also been asked to serve on the I Am Boundless board, a large provider here in Ohio. I also was asked to be part of the ISP work group, who is created the standard ISP for the state. At the end of 2020, I was selected as one of the Ohio Tech Ambassadors. I traveled the state on Zoom talking to people about how technology can help them be more independent. I graduated from college in May 2015 from Columbus State. I am looking forward to talking to you today about charting the life course and how it impacted my life.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcy. Well, in the video, we heard you say a lot of things about your use of charting the life course. But let me ask you another question. What kind of feelings do you have when you share your portfolio with others?
It makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I achieved something and I helped somebody, and it's going to help somebody out in their life, how it impacted me and mine, because it's really changed mine. It's really helped me on my journey to where I am now.
Wonderful. Now, Lee, you were in the video with Marcy, and in the video, you shared some of the things that you want in your future life. Well, let me ask you the same question. What feelings do you have when you share your portfolio with other people?
I'm surprised that people, when I tell them I want to get my CCW, that I have a disability and I want to have a concealed carry permit, and surprise people, I think.
How does it make you feel?
I love telling people what I want and how I want it. And I want to follow my family heritage because my father had it, my brother has it, and I want to get mine to follow in the family heritage. I decided on, and I hope we'll be able to do it next month to do my training, after training done next month.
Got it. You know, when you did the portfolio, it asked you to think about a whole lot of things about yourself and your life. So Lee, which part of the portfolio did you like using the most?
The integrated star, about talking about your family, your history, and what you want to see in the future. It made me think about the heritage, how my family, the men of my family,
add a CCW. And that's why I decided to do my charging life course. One is finding the steps I need to get a CCW permit. And it shows you how to get from point A information to point B to actually get the permit. And it was very eye-opening on how to do stuff the first time. It's a step-by-step idea what I need to do to get stuff done.
That seems really important to you.
Yeah, it is.
Very good. Good. Well, let's hear from our other two panelists a little bit. Let's start maybe with Ty. Ty,
Hello.
Hi. Can you share a little bit about how you've used your portfolio?
I use it like a journal in everyday life for my goals.
And how do you use it for that? What do you do with it?
I also take it to my ISP meetings and show my staff what I want.
Okay. Now your ISP meeting happens just once a year?
Mm-hmm. Once a year.
Okay. So do you share your work on the portfolio with other people in between that time? And if you do, when have you done that? And kind of share the reason you did that.
With my mom sometimes, and my providers to get to know me better. And
so the front of the portfolio gives your mom and your providers important information about you, right?
Yes.
Very good. How has this portfolio helped you get what you want? Can you give us an example of when it helped you get what you want?
When I showed it that at my ISP meeting that I wanted to go on a trip, or that I'm going to plan a trip, which since with COVID and all that for my birthday my big birthday that I want to take a trip on has fell through. I came up with ideas. I problem solved through that. That's a whole different subject, but I problem solved through that. I came up with a plan B.
What was your plan B?
To have a big birthday party with the theme of where I wanted to go, to Louisiana, to New Orleans.
Wonderful. Very good. Let's hear from Christy. Christy, how have you used your portfolio?
I've used it to get what I want and need to keep my life healthy.
Can you give us some examples or one example of what that might be?
I've showed my SSA or my service. I don't know what they're called down here in Madison County, but
that's okay.
I've showed family. My niece has helped me by keeping me. I've asked for help to keep me motivated. I've lost 8 pounds.
Oh, so, that's wonderful. Congratulations.
Yeah, we walked 3 miles a day.
Wow. So what feelings do you have when you share your portfolio with others? How does it make you feel?
Happy that I'm getting what I need to be healthy, and to, it's in my ISP that I have to do this exercise, so it's getting done. And yeah.
Is there one part of the portfolio that you enjoyed filling out or sharing the most?
The helping me stay healthy to live a better life. The integrated stars.
Which part of the portfolio is that written on?
The integrated star.
Super. That's great. So on the front of the portfolio are a number of questions about you where you actually write down your person-centered description kind of yourself. Have you used that? Have any of you used that? Marcy, go ahead.
For my to get to know me, I use it like what I really like and what I want my providers to know about me. And then I also have the what is important to me, so I can tell my providers projects or I like going to conferences, so they'll know the stuff that I like to go to when they want to work with me, and they'll say like, "Do you have a conference coming up? Would you like me to come with you? Would you need another staff to come with you?"
Very good.
And,
Thank you, Marcy.
yeah, and it
Hi.
shows. Yeah, and it also shows how I like things to be done around me too.
Like around your house?
Yeah. And
Very good.
what I expect what I expect of my care provider. So when they come in, they'll see it.
What are some of the things that you expect of your care providers?
To be on time.
That must be the most important one, huh?
Yeah, to be on time and learn my likes and dislikes.
Very good. How about you, Ty? How have you shared your person-centered description that's on the front of your portfolio?
I show it, explain it while I do my ISPs, so staff knows about me, my likes and dislikes, and how to help me.
Okay. Have you shared it with anyone else?
My friends and family.
Good. Very good. And Lee, have you used your person-centered description on the front of your portfolio?
I had shared it with the video that you have seen earlier. The first place I shared it. I have talked to Director Davis about my integrated star in my Charging Life Force during the doles and asked him who I needed to talk to because I thought I had to have it with my ISP. But he told me I'm more able to not to have it in my ISP about getting my CCW. And he said, you are able to do it yourself. And no, I did not have to have to. So he gave me information about that. I had shared it with my project third coach, D. Dillon. And at the last live project third training, I was doing the Charter Life Course Portfolio training part. And I shared it with the whole group at the last statewide training we had last year before we shut down at OSU College.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. So inside the portfolio is your trajectory, where you've identified what you want in your future good life and written down information about your past life and what's going on today. So let's go back to Christy. Christy, have you used your trajectory in any certain way, and can you share that?
Yeah, I've used the like the let me see, the future life experiences. I've like tried to stay away from drama, and because that's one big thing that can make you sick and unhealthy. And like I stay away from restaurants.
Very good. Okay. Marcy, have you used your trajectory, and who have you shared it with, and what was the reason?
Well, I use it to like to show that I don't like no family drama. I talk about how when my mom passed away and how like I didn't get to do, like it was hard for me to do things, like hard to move out by myself and just open up. And now like now I wrote in there like I can do those things. I moved out, I opened up, I talked to people, and it's made me feel better now and made me go stronger and like to get on and have a better life.
Thank you. Ty, how have you used your trajectory? That's a hard word to say, isn't it?
Yep.
I use it in my different planning my goals. And for my different goals that I'm working on, that I also use baby steps, as my mom would say, for the goals, that I want. Because a couple of them, one of the big goals right now that I'm working on, there's two of them, and that's if my cheerleading team goes down to Florida, then I'm gonna get on a plane for the first time and go down and support them. And second of all, my second big goal is being on the DD council. So right now I'm in the process of sending in applications and resumes and all that you have to do. So anybody have any good advice for me, just give me a shout out.
Those are two very important goals. Lee, how have you used your trajectory?
I have used my ISP when I had at the end of the year when I had my ISP meeting. I tell people what's over in my life, and I tell them about where I come from in small town West Virginia, and how I grew up with my family, and then how I moved to Ohio and I started over in Ohio with living on my own, and how that hurt on the job, and how that disabled, and how I got introduced to Project Star and becoming a state trainer.
Oh, great. Thank you. So I have two more questions. Christy talked to us quite a bit about using the integrated support star on the back of her portfolio. So I'd kind of like to hear from the other three of you. Have you, can you tell us like what important thing in your future life you may have selected and put in the center of the integrated star, and how you've used that and what it's done for you? Lee, why don't we start with you?
I put getting my CCW, and I used to find the steps who I need to talk to. I've talked to different organizations who does the training. I have talked to individuals who have the training, and I finally decided on to go with a person in Edison, Ohio, and they only charged me $50, compared to everyone else charged me $125 to $150 for the training. And it's the same amount of time, and so I am hopefully going next month to go do that training. I was planning on doing it this weekend, but they did not have me on the schedule, so they said maybe next month. So I'll have it hopefully next month. And I have also used it on working on starting to get my own vehicle now. I'm just working on a new one that is, I'm going through the steps of getting the process to get my own vehicle where I can be more independent, where I don't have to depend on transportation to and from work. So I went to Mobility Works, talked to them, and they had told me what I needed. I have already taken a driving course at OSU to use hand controls because I can't use my ankles to pump the gas or push the brakes properly. So I have to use a push and pull hand control in a car. And I thought I had to just get the light to get the permit and buy the controls. So I find out I have to take a class that would take me 21 hours of driving before they can put it on my license. I thought I didn't have to do that, but I found out, talking to Mobility Works, I have to have that class to have it put on my license to have the controls in my car. And now I'm in the process of saving the money up for the class and taking the course I need before I can be a car.
Wow, that sounds great. What a wonderful thing to accomplish when you get there.
Yeah, that way we're depending on missing work calls
transportation issues. That's what's really hard for me right now, getting to work early, or if I had to do something on the weekend, I had to have transportation, and it's hard for me with staffing issues.
It'll be nice at some point in the future to be able to control that for yourself, right?
Yeah. I have looked at I was looking at a truck, but I decided to do me a van because it's cheaper.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Lee. Ty, did you
Yes.
select one of your future life goals and do the integrated star on the back?
Well, there's two in the process, but the one I want to share is getting on the DD Council.
Okay. Did the integrated star help you figure out what to do in order to make that happen, and how did it help?
Well, you first have to apply for it and do the resume and wait for the interview and the callback or the letter that says you did not make it, but with I had Kelly to help me out with all this, so, and some other good stuff that gave me good recommendations, and I'm gonna try to do more with that, and then also do the Logan County Board, our council, not join it, but just look more into it.
Okay. Very good. Marcy?
I use when I have to do a new one, but the one that I have, I use because at that time I was getting into a new provider agency, and so I named off like the providers that I have and how they can help me and support me. And since I did that, all those goals I've achieved. So that helped. Now it's time for me to do my other one, and I plan on putting in there about working at my provider agency and using those technologies in the job that I have there. And that's what I plan on doing with my second one.
Very good. When you say those technologies, can you give us a couple examples of what they are?
I have Alexa, and then I have Portal, and then I have a Ring doorbell who I can see. Okay, Alexa, you can stop. I didn't know we was going to say that. Stop, Alexa. Alexa, stop. I have a Ring doorbell and who I can see who's at my door. And I have a smart door lock that I can unlock from my phone and lock and unlock my door.
Now, why did you want that?
Because of my left hand is weak, and so the traditional lock was hard for me. So my provider and my service coordinator talked, and it went into my so they got it together where I can get it for remote support, because Ohio's the first state for the technology to help people with disability to get that technology that they need. And then I also have a smart thermostat, which I have because the traditional smart thermostat, the thermostat, was too small to see. So my provider and my service coordinator got me that.
Very good. Thank you.
Other ones that I plan on getting.
Thank you. So, Christy, you've already talked quite a bit about how you used your integrated support star. Was there anything you wanted to add, or shall I go on to our last question?
No, just that I've used my niece a lot to keep me going.
Very good. Very good.
She does.
So for our last question, I'd like for each of you to think about and then share What would you want to tell someone who has never used the portfolio for charting the life course, and why would you tell them that? Christy, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start.
Okay.
I think that the life charting the life course is a good tool to use because you get to what you need and what you want all in one. And I would tell them that it's a good tool to use if you put it to use.
Okay. Lee, would you tell someone who's never used the portfolio?
It helps you understand how to reach your goals and what you want in life. It helps you keep on track of what you want and how to reach your goals. It can also help teach you about your family history and where your family came from and how you would be part of your family history. Or at least for me, on my part, it does. But, and
That's really important.
And it helps you understand how to get your stuff you need. It helps you understand what you need and how to get it by doing the research or an item that you want to do and what you want to done in your life. And it's a big tool to help you out. And the word technology, that one word, trajectory, is really hard to pronounce sometimes for me. But it's really neat and really cool tool to use. I like it.
Thank you. Ty, what would you want to tell someone?
Why are you not running out to start one now? Because it's a tool that is yours and nobody can make you change it.
Very good. Sounds like you think it gives you a lot of control over your life.
Yes.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Do you? Very good. Marcy, what would you want to tell someone who's never used the portfolio?
Well, it can change your life, and it can make it better, and you can start by setting a goal, and by setting the goal in your trajectory, it can help you in the front parts and stuff, what you want to say about it, and to get those goals and how to achieve it, and just think about what you want for your good life and what you don't want to have in that life. So I think that that's real important for them, for people to know and to understand.
Thank you, Marcy, and thank you to all of our panelists. Hopefully we ask all the right questions so that the important things about charting the life course that you wanted to share, you were able to share. Did we miss anything?
No.
All right. Thank you. So once again, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who joined us today as we talked about Project STIR, leadership training, and how charting the life course is now part of it. Here is my contact information and the website for the Ohio Self-Determination Association. If you're interested in learning more, feel free to check out our website or contact me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We're very excited about moving forward with our training.
Thank you, Dana and panel. This is Barb Severis. I see that Dana, Christy, Ty, and Marcy are with us. We have a couple of questions. One question is, what is the minimum age for someone to participate in Project STIR?
I can take that one, Barb.
Thanks, Dana.
We don't have a minimum age identified. We have had, I know in one group of about 30 participants, we had one young woman who was 14, and the average age was probably about 32. Her parents were both with her. They were a little nervous because she was young, but she did really, really well, and it made us feel like that was fine. You know, everyone was very accepting. It didn't matter what your age or what your disability.
Okay, let me ask the panel. Someone wants to know, what would you tell a team member who wants to use the portfolio with people who have never used it before? Maybe one sentence, what should they start with, or what should they remember to do?
They should remember their goals.
Okay, so to identify their goals, you were gonna say something, Christy?
I was going to say, to start, are you talking about like starting like on the charting the life course? Like where should they start?
Yeah, if this is someone who's saying, we've never done this with people, where should we start?
Wouldn't you start with the, I don't have it in front of me, but I got it pictured and
is it the trajectory?
Yeah, the trajectory.
The arrows?
The arrows, and you follow the arrows to different sections of the middle. It's actually the middle pages where the trajectory is.
That's exactly
that is a hard word to say.
I know it's a hard word, but you guys do an awesome job. Anything, and then we have one other question is, how do you help people who don't use words to communicate to use the tools? And maybe I'll answer that if that's okay. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Charting the Life course has tools not only to be completed by the person, but also to be completed by people who know them well, from the family or from staff who know them well. And, you know, some of you know I'm a speech language pathologist, and I have yet to meet a person in my 45 years of experience who doesn't use words, and that people who know them can't tell me what they want, what they don't want, what they like, what they don't like. So we can get the information from lots of people. And we have another question, and that is, how can we find out about Charting the Life course and maybe scheduling it, and who's in the state? How do we find out about it and maybe schedule a training?
To tell people, remember that this is the life course, and they get what they put into it.
I love that, Ty. You get what you put into it. Absolutely. Dana, could you tell us how people, if they are interested in Charting the Life course, to find a trainer, how they could get that information?
Sure, Barb. I thought you were talking about a different thing, not what we do. OSDA, normally pre-COVID times, scheduled about 4 to 5 statewide Project STIR trainings every year, and we did them in different places in Ohio. This past year, with the assistance of DD Council, we have developed a virtual series of Project STIR training videos. And as with the lessons, they each build on one another. Each is a different lesson. And at the very end, the last lesson is called Charting the Life course. Marcy was videoed actually doing that training. So we're hoping to schedule the first one of those for late July, early August of this year. And we are in the planning stages of doing a live training, which will include Charting the Life course in the Canton area, which is going to be sponsored by the Stark County and I think Mahoning County boards of DD. And in October in Franklin County, sponsored by the Franklin County Board of DD, and I think Knox and Coshocton County, and maybe even Delaware.
Awesome. Awesome.
We'll be posting that. And I put my email in the chat. If you send me an email and say, I want information, we'll put you in our constant contact email list
and you will get a notice.
Awesome. And there also is a question about charting the life course trainers. And as we've said, just go to the frnohio.org website and put in a request, and someone will respond for charting the life course. So thank you all. I appreciate you being here. You guys did an awesome job. The comments are that they really enjoyed you sharing your life, sharing your story, and how you've used charting the life course to direct your life and have the life you want. So thank you all.
You're welcome.
You're
Bye-bye.
welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Celia Schlomer, and you are joining us for Charting the Life course in Ohio, Stories that Inspire Yours. And I'm joined by a great panel of now Charting the Life course ambassadors, but it didn't always start that way. I've had the privilege of doing this work since 2016, and as a Charting the Life course ambassador, I've had the opportunity to share the framework and tools with individuals with lived experience, parents, siblings, guardians, direct support professionals, SSAs, special educators, parent mentors, transition specialists, early intervention specialists, provider agencies, and even those who work with multi-system youth, those in foster care, and the juvenile justice system. I, along with the other project lead partners at the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities, at the Developmental Disabilities Council, and the two USEDs, have been charged with sharing and growing this framework in order to transform how we support families and individuals with developmental disability. This project began in 2016, and at that time till now, we have found one of the most powerful ways of sharing the impact and the outcomes of this work is through the personal experiences and stories of the families and individuals with lived experience. And there are so many stories. We often hear things like, it opened a more authentic conversation. It brought us together and gave us a shared language. It reminded us as a family of what we wanted all along. As part of the work of the Family Resource Network of Ohio and the Ohio Community of Practice supporting families, I've had the privilege of working with and supporting the three panelists who we've gathered here. Each has brought their own experience and expertise as both family members and professionals to their engagement, and each has impacted our statewide efforts in amazing ways. But most of all, each of their visions has changed the lives of their own families and others by impacting policy, practice, and the experience that they desire for their good life. Our purpose today is to help you start your story. So let's begin. Go ahead, Krishana. Oh, unmute.
Thank you, Celia. Hi, my name is Krishana Harper. I am the parent to 5 amazing children. 3 of my children actually have disabilities, so I've been able to use Charting the Life course to navigate through their supports and care. And I also am the Ohio parent-to-parent trainer and educator. Thank you, Celia.
Carol.
Hi, my name is Carol Combs. I'm parent to 3 amazing kiddos, Briella, Grayson, and Charlie. Grayson was born with a brain malformation and is considered medically complex. The Charting the Life course has really helped us develop a strong relationship with providers in sharing what we believe is a good life for Grayson that is built in the community and with a team of people around him to support him. Thank you for having us today.
Welcome. Keith.
Thank you, guys. I'm Keith Banner, and I'm with the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities, and I'm down here in Southwest Ohio doing community life engagement. I try to help providers, families, individuals, schools, everybody to kind of focus the support we offer to people to a more community-based kind of mindset. And basically, I'm kind of accessing this whole charting the life course thing because of my experience with systems and trying to help listen to families and individuals and try to make the change that everybody wants to have happen. And so I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to have a discussion with you guys.
Great. So we're going to start, this will be a facilitated panel. We're going to just do we've kind of honed in on about 6 questions. We're going to try to get them all done. We think that that will engage each of the panelists in a rich conversation. I'm going to let you guys each kind of step up as you see fit. Volunteer to go first, or jump in, or hold back to go last, whichever you think feel most confident with. So beginning with this broad question of how do the Charting the Life course tools, resources, and the philosophy or framework that underlies them help you have more authentic conversations? How does it provide that transparency that many of you talked about when we were preparing? And tell us some of the stories about how that worked for you in the ways that you used it. Who wants to go first?
Well, I'm unmuted. I'm seeing on the screen, so I'll start, but you guys got to come in as soon as I start talking and just cut me off. Okay, cool. So basically, all the resources and the philosophy are kind of work together for me to kind of have this conversation with families and individuals, and then also with the system players as well. So I think what I'm really interested in is an even playing field where everybody is equal and everybody is empathetic and everybody wants to look at the future in a positive way, and then kind of back into the real world, knowing that's what we want to do. And that's what the trajectory, the STAR, every tool available through Charting the Life course focuses on, is that story that we're trying to develop as a community, not just the system, but the whole world, trying to help each person figure where they fit in the world. And that transparency is basically that. We are doing this so we can help somebody have a better life, right? And that conversation gets kind of buried when you're just focused on service. And I think that's kind of the story I want to kind of tell when I'm with anybody in this stuff is, we're not telling the story about service, we're telling the story about lives. And this is the strategy, the method to do that is Charting the Life course.
Yeah, I think Keith brings up some really good points. When I think about how we've used this tool, our family has been really grounded in community, but with services, we were feeling stuck in the list of can'ts, won'ts, and nevers. And how do we share that vision of a good life for Grayson with our medical team? The trajectory really helped us open up the conversation with our medical providers and say, these are the things that we know we don't want. Here are kind of what's in the way, and here's what we really want, what we really believe is a good life for Grayson. Sometimes it can be hard for services to wrap their mind around what community life is like and what does it mean to build a good life in the community. And with these tools, we've really been able to show Grayson's providers what that good life looks like in a language that is universal and helps them understand.
I agree with both Keith and Carol. I actually have found a lot of success with using the tools within the educational system. I'm able to go in initially when I went into the IEP meetings, for example, we cover what we want this child to do academically, but I don't think there's really a time where they actually look at the whole child. They address, yes, we're covering this academically, but where is this going to lead for this child's good life? What purposes is it going to serve? And with my son Joseph, I remember going into an IEP meeting and saying, I look at this future planning, and I'm going to look at it a lot differently after doing Charting a Life course. I was able to say, yeah, I do want him to be successful, but I want a lot more than that. I want for him to have this great life like his other siblings. I want him to be able to experience college. I want him to be able to enjoy life. And what can the tools that you, and the support you have in school, what can help him get to that point? Not just what it can help him do academically, but what can it do to support his entire life, not just the academic part.
I love that. It's interesting to hear each of you from your different perspectives get into the places that you found a niche that really could be impactful in terms of using the tools and that framework to guide different conversations, or to switch the view, or switch the lens. I love that. So our next question is—
real quick, I wanted to add on before I forget. The stories you guys are telling, Carol and Krishana, are organizational stories too. And I think organizations, providers, and the biz really want to have that, at least that's my hope. They want to have that same conversation about all the people that support the people. They want to have an organization that is about helping people have beautiful lives, and they want to be able to brag about that, and they want to be able to market that, and they want to be able to talk that talk. And I think, again, once you align this story we're telling about each individual person and their family and their community with the support network that they have, that's paid, that's eligibility based, then you're going to really have a way for the organizations to kind of help you not only tell your story, but get things done. And I think that's kind of the key to this, is how do you align all that great stuff that's happening, that you want to have happen for your son or daughter, or your brother or sister, and then how do you move that into the system, into the organization? So I wanted to finish that out. Sorry.
No, I love that. And I think that's, I think all the folks that we're working with in the educational system where Krishana uses it, in the developmental disability system where you use it, and in the medical system where Carol's kind of talking about it, all those people have come to this work with empathy and compassion. That's why they've chosen that field and that career. And unfortunately for all of us, those systems have things we have to do and that we're called to do, and forms and pieces that are kind of required, and it kind of steps away from that a little bit. So I think that's really that authentic conversation that brings us back into that space of kind of why people were doing the work. I think that really brings this to bear. Charting the Life course really has power in that space. So going a little bit more specifically, can each of you give examples of how a specific tool, the trajectory or other tool, or the mindset really made a difference specifically in specific conversations or in a certain type of planning or the way that it was used, but kind of giving us more details or specifics.
I know, Celia, just having a conversation with my son's IEP team, my other son, James, I was able to go in and just share what he would like to do later on. And they were actually able to find the natural supports they had built into the school. I mean, it was as simple as finding an after school program that aligned to what he was doing. They actually created a game designing club because he wants to be a game designer. So they created a game designing club for him and allowed him, because we needed those social skills, they allowed him to be a co-teacher in this club. So he supported the faculty member because he had already taken a game designing, he went through a game designing summer camp. So he was able to touch on those social skills that we're trying to build. He was able to be a part of a community. He met more friends, which is something that we want for his good life. He was able to step outside of the box, and the school saw that they didn't have to create something like out of the ordinary. There were things there that other kids could benefit from that actually helped him. So just finding those natural supports and things inside the school that you already have or have the capability of creating, that was great.
And that was all because that was in his Good Life box and you shared that at an
Yes.
IEP meeting?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. Awesome. Carol?
Shauna, I love the example of partnership that you just shared with us. I like how that tool helped your son become a partner and hold a valued role. For us, when I think of the most recent conversations we've had with our medical team, we used the trajectory and we were able to show. So like 4 years ago, we started on a journey of what does a good life look like for Grayson, and we discovered that it was rooted right outside our door in our community. And as we grew that, we recognized that we would need supports to help us maintain that good life in our community. So when I work with our medical team, I use the trajectory to show them like, this is what we want and these are the successes. And what we've realized over the last 4 years is that Grayson is healthier because of our engagement and our life that we've built with our community here in the city of Hamilton. We've decreased hospital stays, and that's truly, I believe, at the heart of the work that we've done in our community, but also having our medical team understand that if we need to go inpatient or if we can stay home, we're going to choose to stay home because that's where the best healing for us occurs. And being able to show them these solid examples and kind of our path to where we want to go has really opened up the doors for them to support us at home, and it's supported us in school as well, and making those roots deeper in our community. And so I think that's been a big success for our families, just seeing the healthiness that has come from the community and then the tools that have helped support our medical team in understanding that.
That's gorgeous. Yeah. I think I'm going to bust out the integrated star because I always do, and people get sick at me talking about it. But here's the thing: it's an intervention on the way we talk and think and plan, because especially in the DD system, we're kind of dependent on eligibility based, and that's all we kind of churn out and talk about. And so this integrated support star through one of the resources really is just a one-sheeter, and it just gives you this voice to say, stop the madness. Let's look at everything we have access to, everything we as a team and as a family and as a person have, everything the world has to offer, everything the system has to offer, technology, what does it have to offer? All those parts of the star that kind of get us in a conversation away from helplessness and away from feeling like I'm dependent on this thing that's not going to happen, right? And I think that sense of hope comes from that formalized way of saying, deep breath, let's do this in a different way. And here's one piece of paper that can help it walk us through that process. It's that star and those 5 ways to look at the way you're being supported, and the all that we hear about in the Charting the Life course, that all, that we're in a world, we're not just in a system, we're in a world and a community, not just a program, that sometimes we just have to, pull our heads out of the sand and kind of look up, and it's like, oh my God, I do have things I didn't think about. I do have access to stuff that wasn't in my mind until I sat down and just kind of, I guess, organized it, inventoried it.
It's interesting as I listen to you talk, because I think that's one thing I love about the integrated star is the visual that happens with that piece of seeing where gaps are, seeing where we've got a great deal of support. Sometimes we'll see a great deal of support that's relying on that personal strengths and assets or the relationships, and we forget about places like the community, where Carol put a lot of her energy and realized that there was real impact for Grayson in that, and even saw it. I love when Carol tells that story, saw that space where Grayson was better, he was healthier and could do more because he was connected to his community. The other thing that I'm hearing is I'm hearing all the domains as you talk. So Krishana kind of started in that space of daily life and employment
and really what it was that James saw in his future. But then very quickly she shifted to community and his role within the community of school and kind of finding a place there. And Carol recognized the advocacy and engagement piece that was happening for him in that space. In addition to, obviously with Carol, is that healthy living. But in addition to that, that social and spiritual support that he got, almost more importantly than the healthy living, that was kind of something that's always in front of us, and his system always in front. But that space that he realized that social and spiritual fed him and kept him healthy.
It fed our family too, Celia. I think what's great about these tools is it can be used for anybody in the family unit. Keith has demonstrated it can be used organizationally, right? And so when I talk about this trajectory, what's behind the scenes are Grayson's sisters and myself, and what's developed as a result of Grayson becoming more engaged in the community. We've become more engaged in the community. And overall, we're happier and healthier, right? But it does take, like Keith put it, like taking inventory, right? And it was about our assets as a family and Grayson's assets and what is in the community. So I appreciate Keith highlighting that all piece, because it really has impacted our entire family.
Absolutely. I love this. So if we move a little bit away from that, how do you think that Charting a Life course helps get away from that standard language that we tend to gravitate to as systems, and that mindset about fixing people or that deficit mindset, and having more conversations about how we can work together as a team to authentically and empathetically help build the life that someone envisions for themselves or for their family member?
Celia, I go back to the pictures that I have in my introduction of my son, Joseph. And in those pictures, you see Joseph laughing in every picture. And that's because he's just like anyone else. He wants that good life. He deserves that good life. There's nothing broken about Joseph. There's nothing to be fixed with him. And when I speak to anyone that is involved in his care, in his education, and supporting him, I show them that he's a happy kid. He wants everything that we want out of life. Therefore, we have to go in and say, okay, this is what he wants. This is what we can do to get him there. Charting the Life course has done just that. It has, using the tools, has allowed people to see Joseph for who he is, a happy person who wants a happy life, who wants to be a part of the community. And it brings more conversation. It allows people to say, okay, not just get on board, but say, what else can we do? It becomes a thing, like it's like it's like a game almost. So like they want to jump in and say, well, I can find more supports for him. Well, let's do this. Well, we have this already in the community. Let him be a part of this. I'll tell you a quick example. We were when the pandemic first started, we were actually trying to find a way to creatively find supports for Joseph that would actually fit the needs of his IEP. And the one thing, because he's in transition age, the one thing that came up was vocational. And they do all the vocational training in school. And so his teacher said to me, I don't know what we're going to do for this piece, how we're going to actually address this piece virtually. And I was just thinking, I was like, okay, he's a remote learner. What do we have in the community? Well, then I thought, I have a friend who owns a gym. And so I said, well, we can satisfy two things. He can meet his phys ed curriculum, and he can also go and meet vocational by working in the gym after it closes. So he he also became a part of that community. The person was excited to have him there, and he was able to feel a sense of worth, because once again, he's not broken, a sense of belonging. And that's what the Charting the Life course tools allowed us to do within that community, bring in the community, foster relationships, do different things. So
And
that's
the
my
after
piece.
closing was because of COVID, so that he wasn't exposed.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, definitely. He stayed home because of that. Mhm.
When I think about this question, I think about how much of a wall we had hit a while back and being stuck in that list of can'ts and won'ts and nevers. And at times I feel like our notion of a good life, like you say, community, and it can spark all kinds of images in people's minds, right? And I found that our providers were having a hard time understanding what that community piece looked like. So being able to have the trajectory and then having the solid of examples of how Grayson engages in the community, how Grayson has used his gifts to bring people together, was really amazing, because we finally have some providers who are starting to get it and understand. And I think being able to show them, right, this is what we have in our mind and this is what it looks like in real life, they begin to be like, oh, okay, we're a family that's always going to need services, but what's most important and what we've come to realize is we also need that community piece. And sometimes that notion can be hard for providers and Grayson's life to understand. So this has really opened up some amazing conversations for us to express what life looks like and why it's so important.
And Carol, you've shared before those difficult conversations when it comes to Grayson, and finding a common place for that empathy and authenticity for you guys as a family, and for empathy from your medical providers.
Yeah, so a big part of the conversations that we need to have from time to time with our providers is a do not resuscitate order. And as a parent, those are conversations that you never want to have. But this is the position we're in. And what's great is these tools have allowed us as a family to push back and say, we're just not there yet. And here is why. And but we're getting there with them and helping them understand why we're not ready to sign a DNR. Grayson has a good, healthy life. He's staying out of the hospital. And there's more for him to do, and we're just not there yet. And I think sometimes when providers look at Grayson's medical chart, all those negative, like sad feelings of this poor kid, like he's medically complex. And we're really able to shift that narrative for Grayson and say he's an amazing kid who leads a good life and he's happy, right? And that's been most important. And these tools have really helped us demonstrate that to the providers.
I think like what you're saying, Carol, is kind of what I try to figure out with all the providers I support is there's services, supports, there's learning, there's activity, and that's a means to an end. And the trajectory bounces you into that idea of like, we're creating momentum, not for services, but for this vision we have of goodness, of stuff that we want to have happen, of accomplishment, of, connecting and figuring out who we are in the world. So if you have a trajectory going towards services, toward the medical, toward that kind of, it's not a trajectory. It's kind of like you got to, like you said, shift the narrative. So the story isn't about what you do as a provider as much as how your supports help somebody move forward. And so you have a one sheet trajectory, right? One place, like you're saying, with what I want to have happen and what I don't want to have happen. I want what's good and what's bad. And you can kind of use that to kind of not only talk about the story, but actually make the services better. And I think providers, I don't know if your providers are like this, but I think they're relieved when they actually are able to have not an ISP or an IEP but just a one piece of paper that tells me this stuff, that why am I doing this? And also maybe the why informs how completely, right? In fact, they're probably the same thing sometimes. So like figuring that out. And I think that's really the conversations about authenticity and empathy that this kind of provides, is that trajectory isn't about we're coming to your building and that's it. The trajectory is we're leaving your building to figure things out, right? And you're just a part of this whole network that we're kind of developing.
You know, I think of what Krishana said when she said it's almost like a game. The conversations that happen are really rich. And it does become this kind of where everybody's kind of throwing in ideas. And I say it switches from a conversation about disability to a conversation about possibility. And it's really kind of empowering as you do this work to sit with families in that place. And I think sometimes we as professionals, we've got our list of to-dos and we've got our, you know, our caseload or whatever. But when you get in those spaces where this work is really happening, it really is just such a privilege. And it's, as you can see with the stories that Krishana and Carol shared, it's intimate work and it's a privilege to be in the space and for families to share with you in those conversations at that level of what they really want to see across a lifespan is just it's privileged work. And it's something that has changed how I look at my role as a mom, of a child myself, and my role as a professional. So thanks, you guys. This was really, really, really kind of you to share your pieces with us. So all three of you I mentioned in the beginning have been part of something in Ohio that's been very exciting. We in Ohio have trained our 15 new Charting the Life Course ambassadors, and we did it a little differently this time where there was actually an application process. And Krishana and Keith and Carol, in their roles as family members and or professionals, were recipients of that opportunity. And they're just at the last stages of completing their Charting the Life Course training at the time of this recording, but will be full-on ambassadors at the time of the showcase. So I want to share with you, I want you to share with us tell us a little bit about how that changed, how you walked in and what you thought you might expect and what you thought you might do with this opportunity, and where are you now?
Well, I think when I first walked in, Celia, honestly, I didn't know what to expect. I knew that I had plenty of conversations with you and was able to go in and use a few tools. But boy, oh boy, when I walked in and I got a deeper understanding of the tools and the meaning and the reason why, and I was very excited to learn more. It's allowed me to grow even more as a person and utilize it more as a family. I literally just used one of the tools yesterday on one of my kids. She's about to go to college. And so I just used it on her career path and sat down with her and talked to her about it. And she said, well, what are you doing? I was like, it's called Charting the Life Course. And this tool right here, we're doing this. And so she's like, oh, this is neat. And so she's like filling in everything. And it just opened doors. It opened a lot of doors. Like I said, not just for my kids who have diagnosed disabilities, but for the entire family. So the sky is the limit using these things. And I'm so thankful to just be a part of that ambassador training to get a deeper understanding of Charting a Life Course and really want to use it in every space that I'm in. So
as Kelly Flotter says, you can't unsee it. She's a teacher that does this work and she's one of the other presenters, but she often says you can't unsee it.
Right. Your mind just naturally thinks in that with that and that I guess, type of thinking, charting a life course. It's like everything that happens, you're like, wait a minute, okay, so what is around us? So what can we use? I mean, so it just naturally goes to whatever space you're in.
I love
I think
that.
seeing everybody do it too, like that's kind of what I enjoyed about the most, the utility of it. And like you're talking about, Krishana, of different ways to practice it and kind of use it on yourself, use it on your kids, use it on everything. And I think that's the utility and the clarity that it provides. Kind of, we had examples of that every time we had a session. It was like we just basically walked through with everybody else that was in the training how they're using it, and the stories that pop out of that, and I think too the relief. Like I think it provides a relief. That's what I've noticed from other people. Is just like there's a one piece of paper that we can go to that we can actually use, and it's not like brain surgery. It's almost intuitive, but it just gives you that chance to kind of have it externalized. And I think that's what you were talking about too, Krishana, just that externalization of all your thoughts and all that stuff. I think that really is what I've noticed from seeing a lot of other people use it in multiple ways, is that sense of relief that let's just use this to move forward. And it's not a lot of hoops you got to jump through. It's just you got to sit down and kind of formalize all this stuff that's inside you.
And
Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead,
No, go
Krishana.
ahead, Karen.
No, please go ahead.
I was just going to say those, to piggyback on Keith, those aha moments never stop. And I think that's what's interesting. You always have those aha moments. Every time you hear someone do it, we'll talk about their tools, or you do it yourself. Those aha moments never stop.
Yeah, I was Krishana. Like when I started, I wasn't sure what to expect. I just knew I felt hopeful about walking into that space and coming together with the other ambassadors. Keith spoke to this really well, the versatility of the tools and seeing how it can be used in so many different ways was really neat. And I think for me, like I've had experience with this tool, but I never sat down and wrote it. It was always just in the back of my mind, kind of running, right? And like going through the series and the training really encouraged me to start writing the things down, right? And it suddenly became doable. Like these things in my mind that felt way out there, I was like, oh wait, these are doable, and here are the things that I hadn't really thought about. So it's been really exciting to come together with folks using it, learning how to use it, and those experiences. I mean, our group, we have a phenomenal group of ambassadors. And as we wrap things up, I'm walking away with so many connections that I just didn't expect to find. So it's been a great experience.
I always say it's always done better together. And I think that's, I think that's the key to support anyways. We all know that, especially as family members, that when we get in that space of isolation for whatever reason, it's when we are least best at what's in front of us with it. And so I think that idea of coming together is key, and sharing it with people and having, I've seen kids go in with their trajectories to school or into a post-secondary program and have people go, oh, but you know what? Personal assets, you need to add this, or I've seen this, or, I hear you talking about this. Do we want to add that to your trajectory? And so it just becomes this kind of live document that really emphasizes that collaborative effort that building a life can be. I also say, I think of you, Carol, because you were exposed to this very early on. You were in the Lent program at the USED when I very first started doing this work, and we would have conversations casually. And now I think about you as a student and getting your degree, and I think about the powers in the pen. That's what we say a lot of times, the powers in the pen, when you're doing that work and you start to really write it down. And I can confess that until I went through my ambassador training, I'd done it here, but I hadn't written a lot of it down except for when I was required to. So that idea that it's this live document that you can keep adding to, and that can become this piece and this beginning of a conversation. I know, Keith, you had said to me this idea of it starting the conversation that may eventually become something like an ISP or something like that, but really getting everybody engaged in that conversation can be really powerful too. So
I want to just piggyback on that one a bit, because the I always go to the organizational aspects of it because that's my head. But like, I think all this stuff we're saying about its usage, I think organizations and agencies and kind of think their strategic planning is a static process, and it's outside of actual everyday. It's like you're looking at the leadership is going to do the strategic plan, and the direct support professionals do the work. But I think what the charting the life course, the trajectory especially does, is it brings those together so that the actual work and the vision have a way to combine. So the why and the how are always in communication to each other. What we don't want, what we do want as an organization. We want to help people connect in their worlds in the way that they want to, and see where they fit. We want to help them get jobs. We want to help them have friends. We want to help them have a social role that's validated by other people who share their interests. We want that. And so here's what we're doing. And so that trajectory, that not only can be used in that individualized way, which is so precious and great, but it can actually go up into a different realm to help the whole kind of organization that's supporting folks kind of remain true to what they say they want to do. And I think that's just a gift. And I've noticed that in the actual training, is that kind of idea of the individual having a vision and the organization having a vision, and the trajectory combines those.
And you know, when we think about it from a family perspective, same thing. The family can have a vision and the individual can have a vision, and how that's negotiation and plays out together is a real parallel to that same conversation. Absolutely. Thanks. All right. So what does Charting the Life course mean to you personally? And how does that personal connection inform you to each of you in your professional role? Because each of you have established a professional role, and how does that really connect? Tell me how your personal story connects to your now professional roles.
I'll start because, like, you guys have a lot more to say about this than I would, I bet. So I'll keep it short. Basically, I'm 30 years in almost doing this work, right? And what this has done for me personally is it's given me a lot of more energy and a lot more hope, because I think all this stuff I was thinking and trying to do, but it's kind of channeled it into one place and one conversation. So that's personal and professional at the same time. And I use it to think through things. I'll teach part-time sometimes, some classes of, in a university, and I'll use it to teach disability studies. I'll use it to figure out just about anything, So I think personally it enriches you, and I almost sound like it's a cult, but it's not. It enriches you in multiple ways that are common sense, right? But sometimes common sense never enters the picture because you're so worried. And I think it kind of gives you this relief, this way to kind of talk about it to yourself and to others in the same language. And so you're relieved. So I think that both the personal and the professional kind of come from that sense of, let's get rid of the noise. Let's get rid of all this stuff we thought we had to have in our conversation. And let's cut to the chase, which is the chase is the trajectory, right? Let's cut to the chase. Let's cut to what we actually want to do, and then look at all the available stuff and resources that we can access, and then also kind of contend with the obstacles, and I think that's kind of the whole thing in a nutshell for me.
Keith, and I think that brings up another point that, having the history of being in the field for 30 years, you've seen a lot of things come and go. And what I love about this is it aligns with, any one of those. I hear you when you present and you talk about its alignment with just basic person-centered planning, or its alignment with the discovery process, or its alignment with, you know, any type of mapping that we can do. And that's what I do love about it, is you don't have to, you know, take it on and chuck everything you've learned before. As you said, it can kind of bring it together in a way that's very different and seems
Yeah.
to make sense. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, well, I just, in my head, I just saw when I was a kid, there were these things called trapper keepers. It's like a notebook with all kinds of folders and stuff in it. It's kind of like that. It's like it helps you take all the stuff that you've accumulated in your head around planning and providing services, being kind, trying to figure out just basically why you're doing what you're doing. And it kind of gives you both that kind of philosophical insight, but also this to-do list that's kind of filtered through the philosophy, which if you don't have that, you're going to get into a lot of messes and a lot of frustration and a lot of, you know, just sadness. So I think this is kind of, for me at least, I found this after I said like a long time in this, because I really think that it was almost needed, and it kind of came at the right time for me. It's all about me to kind of have that sense of, as I kind of, I'm not going to retire soon, but as I get to the end of all this stuff, it's a relief. I keep coming back to that, to have a place to go where you are all talking equally in the same language, and you're all in the same moment trying to figure it out.
Absolutely.
Definitely. I so agree with Keith. I look at this piece personally as like an organizational tool. It keeps me organized. I feel like I'm walking in a room and I'm taking a blueprint and just you know, laying it out there on the table and say, okay, this is what this is where I'm trying to go. And these are the pieces that I need in order to get there. And that's what it's really done for myself, my children, and my family as a whole. And what I find neat about it now is that even when I also work in education, so when I walk into those spaces and I have families come to me and they're saying, you know, this is not working, I tried this and this and that, and I'm like, wait a minute. In the back of my head, I'm still thinking about that integrated STAR. I'm thinking about all these different tools. And so I've found a way to actually embed this into my professional and personal work. But really with professional, I'm like, this is great. Working in education through K through 6, this is wonderful. This is a time where we need to have these things here. So helping families using this information, and they don't even know that's what we're doing, but that's what I'm doing. But I'm using these tools and just saying, okay, well, let's get this. This is what you want. This is what you have right now. This is what's over here. Let's pull these pieces together. And that's the beauty of it. You're pulling pieces together. And it's like that, it's that metaphor, you know, everyone, you know, is part of the puzzle. So you taking all these pieces to different puzzles, and it's all matching up. You're putting it all together. And so that's what Charting a Life course has allowed me to do in my personal life and also in my professional.
I love that. Thank you. Carol?
I love the image of the blueprint, Krishana. Like, I was like, yeah, I think that sums it up, because thinking about how we've used it personally, especially recently, in helping providers understand what that good life looks like for Grayson, we're able to pull it out and we kind of say, here it is. In the work that I do in supporting families and building connections and finding and discovering their gifts and ways to share them within their community, that integrated STAR is running in the back of my mind, and we're able to take inventory. What are the things that you're really good at? What are your assets? What are the things that you have that you could share? Where are the spaces in the community? Where does technology fit into this? And again, as families, there's many families, services will always be a part of their life. And that's a part of the STAR, but it's not the whole STAR. It's just a small piece. And I think when we start taking an inventory of what's around us, the integrated STAR really helps families visualize like, oh, I do have things, and break away from that list of can'ts and won'ts and nevers and lean into the wills and the ability to do things, and having those spaces and the supports to do that, like in their community with their family. I just think it's phenomenal. It really helps bring a whole new picture to life.
I think it's really true. And I think that with this question comes that idea that we have to kind of just start with ourselves. Each one of you guys at some point has done a trajectory for yourselves, right? And even, you know, when I knew Krishana early on, I can remember I watched her trajectory change in front of me as she got into this and learned more about herself. But knowing that that's the best place to start, just one tool, just one person, and getting a start. So that's kind of where we are as we wrap this up and we share with you. I want to very quickly let you know you can always go find more information at the lifecoursetools.com or at our Family Resource Network of Ohio website. There's a community of practice that we have where we gather quarterly as a state, and everybody brings their ideas into the room and shares those. So those will be all things that you'll hear about this week. I also encourage you, you've heard all of us say, this is about the conversations that you have, and that it's collaborative work, and that it's work that we do together. And there's going to be spaces at the end of each today and tomorrow where you can gather and talk with others around a specific subject, or just generally, how do I get started kind of space. So I encourage you to utilize those and go look for us and other folks there that are doing this work. I want to thank all of you so much for participating. It was such a great conversation. Is there any last minute things you want to share? We're at the buzzer with time.
I think I've said everything I want to. Thank you.
I think I have as well. Thank you.
Yeah, me as well.
Much.
Yeah,
thank you so much, you guys. Your work is amazing.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see what happens next for your families and for the folks that you support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Celia, Keith, and Carol, and Krishana, we really appreciate you sharing your stories and sharing those with us. And you know, one thing I think we often find is that families have their charting and life course frameworks, and they have their vision, and they know what they want, but perhaps they're a little timid in sharing it with, you know, as you had shared, Carol, you know, with the medical team, with like you did with Grayson, or Krishana, like perhaps you did with James and Joseph, you know, sharing it with their school team. And I guess my question is what would you tell parents or family members or anybody who has their vision together, but they're a little shy of taking it and sharing it with people, you know, maybe perhaps in the medical world, you know, these are the doctors, they know what they're doing. They don't need to hear from me. But what would you share with folks and to give them that courage to not be so timid and to really let folks know what it is they're after and what their vision is?
It's a really great question, Corey. It takes bravery, right? And all of us as parents have to take steps to kind of muster that up. I was hesitant at first, but it's something I believe in. And I think by stepping and taking that brave step towards, here's what we envision for Grayson, here's what we need, it really shifted to make it, it shifted the narrative for Grayson and our family and opened up a whole nother world of conversations with our providers. And it really helped us to understand and our providers to understand where we were coming from. And once we were able to step into that space and really communicate, the dynamics between our medical team and our family shifted too. We now understand each other. But it took a few seconds of bravery for me to be like, yes, this is it. But as a parent, we have to be confident and not second guess ourselves. So just if you're a parent out there, be confident that you know your child and like you hold the pen that writes their story, and take that brave step, because it definitely changed life for us when we started opening up conversations.
I agree with Carol. I mean, it was definitely baby steps at the beginning. But when you become more comfortable with it, when you keep, I guess the main focus is that it's your child's happiness, it's your child's life. So from that, I guess we grow when we're uncomfortable. And with that growth comes that ease to say, well, I kind of see it a different way. And I go in looking at my kids' educational team, their medical team, as that, a team, and I'm a team player. So I'm on that team, and envisioning it like that makes it easier for myself. And so when I even talk to families, I say, you're part of this team. That's the first thing I let them know. You are a working part of that team. But definitely with the baby steps comes growth. So when we're uncomfortable, we grow. And when we grow, we become a little more comfortable and vocal. So that's what I have.
Thank you very much. And Celia and Keith, perhaps I'll pull you in here as well. One of the questions we have here is if you could wave a magic wand and make one aspect of this work easier or just happen, what would that be? I know it's a loaded question.
I was going to wait on Celia and then I could follow on her coattails. Do you want to go first? Oh, of course not, right? Magic wand. I think one thing that I think is magic wand is already kind of embedded in the whole process, which is that you don't have to use the tools to use Charting the Life course. It's a philosophy and it's a way of thinking and it's a way of, Krishana and Carol talked about it. It's bravery. It's all kinds of stuff. It gives you a reason to cut to the chase, like I said. So I think the magic wand of all this is kind of erasing all the fear of using it, or the fact that you think it's going to be an extra layer of paperwork, which is probably one of the biggest obstacles for a lot of folks. And it's just basically kind of letting you in on a secret, that all the stuff that you feel inside about the system and how you want to help people, you can actually externalize that and have a way to have a conversation about all that stuff and connect it to practicalities and to paperwork that you have to do. And so it all kind of works together. So it's that important two and important four stuff we talk about in planning. This kind of cuts to that way of speaking about it, so that we have to look at somebody who likes to drink a lot of Pepsi, I think somebody said that today when I was on, and somebody has to figure out what that means to their health. And also you have to figure out, maybe there are other things you like to do besides drink Pepsi. And it really allows that kind of situation to kind of become the reason we're convening this whole thing, is that. So the magic wand would be that, just letting people know you use it anyway. Let's just have a way to kind of formalize it a little.
Okay. Thank you, Keith.
Mm-hmm.
Can't really top that other than to say, I think we talk about the all. Shelley talked about the triangle, and this really is something that is meant for any family, and it can be anybody with or without a disability. It was created in disability spaces, but it really is useful for anyone. And so I think that's my sweet spot, and just getting it in those spaces. Obviously, folks that know me know that schools have always been a sweet spot for me. And so that idea that, whether we have connection to services for the 25 or the 75, doesn't really matter. All our kids go through school, and we're all families trying to manage that. In the last 2 years, we feel that more than anything. But the reality is that space to have a common language, and where we're really putting the child back at the middle, really looking at the individual with a disability, whether they're, across the lifespan, whether they're an adult or a child still in school. So I think it's that all space for me. It's just really having us all talk the same language and put vision back at the forefront of everything. Vision and connection.
Yeah, vision and connection is definitely key. So I really want to thank all of you for participating in this and sharing your stories to inspire others. So thank you for participating and being willing to share with us at the showcase.
Thank you so
for
much.
having us.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see everybody back tomorrow, 9 a.m.